Congratulations, everyone! You may have experienced a dominoes effect only if you are consistent doing what you have intended in the first week. That only first step that is required to take to begin your journey towards success, and that is the hardest one. But once you promise yourself and take that step and forces that first domino to fall, the other dominoes ahead of success start falling themselves. It's like when you start exploring something and you really want to achieve that, the ways of success themselves start opening for you. And we can't imagine that happiness that we feel after that achievement. So, before going forward, write down a comment if one of my lessons that you have watched up until now help you. I'd love to see your feedback and will give your comment a heart. So, up until now, we have learned so many things, from basic widgets to advanced widgets to state management solutions. And also, we have built a complete notes app from scratch using Firebase Firestore database. And this week will be full of building UIs in Flutter. This includes a complete food app, LinkedIn clone mobile version, LinkedIn clone web version with fully responsive design, and also some other exercises of UI. And also at the end of the week, we will touch some intricate things like how Flutter rendering works under the hood. And lastly, we will understand the very important principles of software development that are solid principles. All that and more in the upcoming weeks. Let's begin the week 3. Welcome to the part 1 of building a food prime app. So before getting started with coding, let's see the demo of the application. So currently on the emulator, we have the onboarding screen. So let's restart this and see also display screen of the food prime app. So that's how our food prime app splash screen looks like, and let's get started with the demo. That is the first onboarding of the food prime app, that is the second one, the third one. And in the third one, we also have a button of a get started. So when this is clicked, this will take us to the credential page where we can create our account from here. We can check this box, uncheck this box, and again we can go to the login page. We can also check and uncheck this remember me, and also then we can go for login. And this is just a UI, so we can directly navigate between pages as there is no backend stuff. Next, this is our premium page if someone wants to buy the trial of our food prime app. So this is the page of displaying the details of purchasing the food prime app trial version. So we can go for skip, and this is how our home page of food delivery app or food prime app looks like. So we have this bottom navigation bar of home and cart and also my account. So let's go to the home. First of all, let's explore this home. So we have these 2 categories for now, and yes, you can have many categories. So let's start exploring the grocery and fruits category. Let's go inside, and we have the grocery and food category. Just like this, we have the fruits, vegetables, and kitchen, and are displayed in a grid view. So we have these 3 categories inside the grocery and fruits, and we can also search for the foods. Let's say we want to search for the apples. Yes, we got the apples in here in search. So when you click these apples, this will take you to this checkout page where you can increase the quantity, decrease the quantity, and also you can click the add to cart. So you will see a snack bar of item added in cart, but there is nothing happen in the background. This is just a snack bar and just a UI stuff. So you can go back and also go back, and here is the food category. Let's go inside, and we have the food, the fast food. Here we have the burger category inside the one category, and here we have the pizza, sandwich, and the 2 horizontal scrollable views. And here you can also go for search, and let's say search for a burger. So we have 3 burgers. So when we click this, we can do the same thing, increase the quantity, decrease the quantity, and add to cart. And then you can go back and back, and that was all about the home page that we are going to build for our food prime app. Next, we have the cart. From cart, we have the 2 items added in our cart, which is not working for now, but yes, if you want to take this to production app, this will of course work. So from here you can check out your items that are added in the cart, and here will be your details of payment such as your card number, expiration date, and security code. You can order now, and after the order has been successful, you will see this dialog box, order has been successful. You can continue shopping, and then there you go. Your payment has successfully completed and your order has successfully completed. You can go back and then you can go for the account. So this is our profile page where you can build an edit profile page. Also for this, for now I don't have one, so you can create it if you want to take this application to the production. From here you can change the languages, the help, and also the theme, but these are not included yet in this food app because this is just UI, not the fully functional production app. So that is what are included in this food delivery app, and we are going to build this from scratch. So let's get started creating this Food Prime app. So I have this starter project for my Food Prime app, and yes, you can get this code from the GitHub from the starter branch in my GitHub repository. So you will get the starter project and you can getting started with creating the Food Prime app. So what we have in here is a simple run app to run our app, a status widget, our material primary color which accepts the color code, and a map of type integer and the color. This is the shade of the color and this is the actual color, but I directly put the same color in all of the shadings. And yes, you can do to shade the colors a little bit, like in 50 shade you can put a darker color, and then in the 101 you can do it a little bit lighter than the 51, and in the 200 you can do more lighter than the 101, and so on. So like that, for all of the shades you can create the shading for your material primary swatch. And we have put this primary swatch in here as this requires a material color. So this primary swatch means almost all of the widgets will have this orange color, like our app bar, if we create one, will be orange, our elevated buttons, our floating action buttons, our fill buttons, all of that widgets will have by default this color that we have specified. And then we also have the show check debug mode banner, which is set to false, which is a little banner in the top right corner of the screen. We have just set it to false to not see that. This is the title, and in the home we have initially called this main screen. So currently in our app we have the assets. So after downloading this starter project from my GitHub starter branch, so you will have these assets in your project. And then we have this data. This data is a simple list of objects that we will retrieve in our list that you have seen in the categories when you were exploring the home page in the demo of the app. So this is the food category list, vegetables category list, kitchen category list, and this is the home category 2, burger special category, burger popular and special, and all of that for the pizza. And this is the list of objects for the search Food Prime, so that we can use this list and search for every fruit, vegetables, kitchen, burger, and all of that stuff. So this is the data, a simple hard-coded data that we will retrieve in our application and use it just for making the UI more clear. And this data in your production app will come from the database. So this is the data, and next we have the theme, and inside the style dot we have the colors that we will be using throughout our application. So we are not going to write the color start, the specific color that we are choosing, but we have already the colors selected in here, and we can directly use these constants and not creating the other ones. And in the screens we have a simple main screen, which is simply doing nothing but centering a text widget called main screen. And in the pubspec.yaml file we have Flutter awesome icons in here to use the font awesome icons. This is the font awesome icon, sorry, not the Flutter awesome icons. It's font awesome Flutter to access the font awesome icons in your Flutter application. And this is Flutter SVG for dealing with the SVG images. So let's get started with creating the splash screen of our Food Prime app. So our Food Prime app splash screen looks something like this. So let's start creating it by creating a directory in the screens. We will name it splash. Inside this we will create a new .file, splash screen. That's it. We are not yet adding it in the Git. Let's don't ask again and cancel. So here we are going to have a stateful widget and its name will be splash screen. Let's import the Flutter material.dart, and this splash screen is going to accept a widget child, and let's pass it in the constructor and make it required. And in the init stat of the splash screen, we will do inside future.delayed, we will delay for the duration milliseconds 3000, and when it's completed, so in the body we will do to navigator.push and remove until to also remove the page from the stack and directly navigate to a new page. In the new route we will do material page route, and in the builder we can pass the context and arrow function and the page that we want to navigate. So for now, let's say we will navigate to our main screen and put also semicolon in here, and that's it. And let's make this constant and also this one. That's it. Now when the splash screen is called after 3 seconds, this will be disappeared and this will send us. So let's see what we want to show when the splash screen appear only for 3 seconds. So we will do scaffold and the background color of our primary color that we have set in our style.dart inside the theme directory, this primary color, which is also specified in our main.dart here. And in the splash screen, we set the background color to our primary color, and in the center, what we have done to simply display from the assets our app logo that we have here, this food prime logo. That's it. So now instead of calling directly the main screen in here, let's call the splash screen inside, and as a child pass the main screen. And yes, in the splash screen we are not going to call it directly main screen, but we can do the widget.child. But the main screen was also a good practice if you don't want to make it more dynamic, because splash screen can be used with any widget that we want to navigate to after 3 seconds of the splash screen. So if we directly pass the main page in here, so in the future we will not be allowed to directly change the child of the splash screen, but we have to come to the splash screen and then change the main screen that we have hard coded in here. So if you want to make it more dynamic, so you have to pass the child and specify the child wherever you want, and you have to specify the child where you are calling the splash screen. So whenever the splash screen is called, this will show up the primary background color with a logo of the food prime in the center, and after 3 seconds this will navigate us to the main screen. So let's see the result of the application by hot restarting the application, and we got this food prime splash screen, and after 3 seconds this navigate us to the main screen. So that was the functionality for the main screen. Now we have to create onboarding screens, because after splash screen has been displayed, we want to see the onboarding, and then we will go for the credential pages. So let's go and create the onboarding screens. So inside the screens, we will create one new directory. We will name it onboarding, and then inside we will create the onboarding screen. But there will also be one more file, will be onboarding entity. Inside onboarding entity, we will create a class, and there will be a list of onboarding entity. So we will directly put the data in the class objects, and then we will take the instance of the list in our onboarding screen and directly show the data on the specific index in the onboarding screen in the page view builder. So this is going to make everything clean, as you have watched in the week 1 when we were creating the onboarding screens. So inside the onboarding entity, we will create a class and call it onboarding entity. Inside this, we're going to have 3 fields inside the class: the image, title, and the description. As we have here in the onboarding, we have the image, title, and the description, and also pass them in the constructor. Next here, we are going to have a static list of onboarding entity named onboarding data. This is a list of onboarding entity, and we have 3 pages for onboarding. So we just pass the image, title and description in here for the screens of the onboarding. So we will directly retrieve this list of onboarding entities in the page view on that specific index. So this is our onboarding entity with the data of our pages. Now let's go and create our onboarding screen. So our onboarding screen is going to be a stateful widget, and let's call it onboarding screen. Then we are going to have a scaffold and a body, and on the body we are going to have a page view builder, which is going to return a column. And then first of all, to show this Food Prime logo in all of the screens, we are going to have this image from the assets Word app logo. And then we are going to have some size box of 130 and the image asset from the onboarding data on specific index image, but we have not yet accessed this, so let's also do this. But before this, let's make this size box constant. Making the UI widget constant means the Flutter will not rebuild this every time when the application hot reloads, which in results improve the performance of the application. So let's access the onboarding data from the onboarding entity. In our stat class, we will do list of onboarding entity onboarding data and directly access the onboarding data, as we have made the onboarding data static, so we don't have to access it like to create the instance and then access it. But using static keyword, you can directly access the methods and the fields inside from the class directly. Now let's import the onboarding entity, and there we go. We got the onboarding entity on index the specific image, but this is going to cause the range error. That is because we have not yet specified the item count. So this will access the data from the index and will cause the exception out of bound or range error in Flutter. So we will pass the onboarding entity data, which is a list and length. So we got the specific 3 items, and now this will access the item on that specific index from only 3 items. So this is not going to cause the range error. Next, let's put the 40 size box, the vertical space and the text of title with the alignment center and the font size 22 and the font weight bold. And then the size box of 20 and the text for the description as we have required. We got this image on the specific index that we have specified in the onboarding entity, and we have got this title on the specific index that are also specified in the onboarding entity, and also this description. Next, we need these 3 circles, which is selected. Its color will be the primary color of our Food Prime app. So let's also build this. But before building this, let's see the result of this. Let's go and call the onboarding screen instead of the main screen after the splash screen has been displayed. Also import this onboarding screen, and let's go for hot restarting the app. So after the splash screen is displayed, after 3 seconds we will see the results something like this, where you can see we got our image, title and description, but this Food Prime is stuck to the top. So to move it a little bit down, we have to go to our splash screen, not splash screen but the onboarding screen, and let's wrap this column with a container, and let's give it some margin. Agent sets dot symmetric vertical, let's say 80, and that's good. Let's make this also constant because this is not going to be changed. Next, we need the bottom circles in here, which color will be primary color of our Food Prime app when their specific page is currently displayed. Like when the current page is displayed, only their circle will get that primary color. So we can swipe between the pages like that, but we don't have currently the circles to see in which page we are currently on. So to create that, we have to do, after this text, we will put the size box of 30 and create a row, because we are going to have 3 circles will be aligned horizontally and their main axis alignment will be center, and inside the children we are going to have 3 same sized containers width and height 10. And in the box decoration, in the color we are just checking condition when the index was equal to 0, means that we are currently on the first page, this one which is currently displayed. Then this circle is going to get the color of primary color, otherwise it will be gray. And the same for the second container, when the currently displayed page was this page, so the circle which is in the middle will get that primary color, and the same for the last one. Now let's hot reload the app, and you can see the currently displayed page. The currently displayed page is the second page, and we got this one, this condition true, and this middle circle got the primary color. And when you go to this last circle got the primary color, and the same for the first one, second and third, like that. But now we want also when the current index was equal to 2. We also want a button in here, so that we will click this, which will navigate us to our credential or authentication page. So to create that, here we have to do, after this row, right after this row, put the comma in here. Right after this row we will do the size box of 30, vertical space 30, and we check the condition if the index was equal to 2. So put the padding from horizontal 15, and a button container widget which title is get started, icon has icon is true, and we pass the forward icon. And when this is tapped, this will navigate us to login screen, which we currently don't have one, so we are also going to create this and also this button container widget. The reason we are going to create the button container widget separate is because we don't want to repeat ourselves, and we are correctly following the drive principle. Do not repeat yourself. As I said, the widgets are reusable components. So separate them and reuse them to improve the performance of the app, so that you don't have to write the same code everywhere throughout your application, but you just have to reuse that component or widget that you have created. So let's import this button container widget, and let's go to this button container widget, which is a simple stateless widget with the width and height accepting a title and the on tap field and a boolean of has icon and the icon. Some of fields are null and the title is required, because this button container widget must have one title. And if it has, so while calling this button container widget, you have to set this as icon to true and pass your icon in here. So the default width of the button is infinity, means it will cover all the space horizontally, and its height is by default 40, and the title and all of that are passed directly, and the has icon is also by default false, which means that the icon will not be in the button container widget by default. And this button container widget returns in the build method a simple gesture detector for the on tap, and this is a simple container which accepts the dynamic width and height that you will pass while calling it. And if you don't pass, this will take this default width and height, which is double infinity for width and 40 for height. And in the box decoration, its color will always be primary color of our food prime app. And in the child of this container, here it is checking the condition if the has icons was true, so it means we have to put the row and in the title and the icon next to the title, only in case if the has icon was true. Otherwise, if it was false, so we will simply display a simple text without any icon. So that is what this button container widget is doing, a reusable component, so that everywhere in our app we need a button container widget, same like the one we are going to create right now. We will simply use this button container widget and prevent ourselves of writing the same code again and again, like this code. So we don't have to write this code everywhere, but just use this button container widget, pass the fields, and there you go, you got your button. Then go to the onboarding page, and here you have to create a login page. So to create a login page, let's go for creating a new directory, call it auth. Inside the auth, let's create, for now, let's say login page, a dot file, let's say make it stateless, login page, and import the material dart, and let's go for scaffold for now, body body, not body but body. In the center, let's say child text, and let's call it for now login page, and we are going to design it later, but just for navigating to it we have to create it like this. And let's import this. Here it is login screen, so let's make it login page, it doesn't matter. So let's import this, and then let's go for how to start the application to see the whole process from scratch. We have the splash screen. This will navigate us to the onboarding. We can swipe between the onboarding, and you can see we got the get started button in here. So when it is clicked, this will navigate us to the login page as expected. So this time is to go and create or design the login and the register page, or you can also say the sign in and sign up page. So let's create one more page here, and let's call it sign up page, or it doesn't matter you call it pages or screens. These are all the widgets, and it doesn't matter you call it screens or page, whatever, their meaning is same, a page or a screen. So to design the login page, we will convert the stateless widget to a stateful widget, and let's see how our login page looks like. So that is how our login page looks like. We have the login text, 2 fields, a checkbox of remember me, a forget password text, login, and this or, and these 2 dividers, and in the middle we have the or text and the different options for Google, Facebook and LinkedIn, and at the bottom we have don't have an account, create account. So this is going to be inside a column. So let's remove the center from here and put column children, and let's wrap this column with a container and give it some margin. It will be agent sets dot symmetric horizontal 20 and vertical 40. And to overcome these errors, you have to remove the cons from here and put the cons only for this, and also not make this column constant because this can be rebuilt. So we have to make its children such as size books and other text style, but we can't directly make this column const because this will cause the error as we had just now when we have make our scaffold constant. So which means the scaffold can be rebuilt, so we cannot make it const for the scaffold. So let's remove this. So inside the column, first of all, we are going to have a text of login with this font size of 20 and font weight bold. Let's Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the login in here. To move it down, we have to put the size box of 140 from top. After this will move down to here. And next, after the login, we have to put size box, a form container widget with the hint text of email or username, and one more size box with the height of 20, and one more form container widget with the password hint text. So again, this form container will also going to be a reusable component widget, so that we can use it anywhere throughout our application, and we don't have to write its code again and again everywhere in our application. So let's import this form container widget. And if you go to the form container widget implementation, this is again a stateless widget which accepts the hint text and a controller to access the text and other field and other things from the field. And let's make it constant. And here we have a simple container with the horizontal padding 10, width of infinity, height 50, and decoration we have the light gray color, and its border radius is 5, and it is returning in the child a simple text field. Controller is the controller we will pass when the form container widget is called, and in the decoration the hint text will be the hint text we pass, and the border is none. And that's it. That is our form container widget. In the login page, this time if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we got these 2 fields in here. But unfortunately, the login is moved to the center. That is because if we have more than one widget in the column cross-axis alignment is set to center by default. So we have to put the cross-axis alignment to start, and it will be fixed on this. Next, after this, we have to create what we have, the remember me checkbox and also the forget text. So we have this row which main axis alignment is space between, and inside this we have one more row, and that row first have a checkbox which on change set the remember me check value to the value that is the value on changed, and that is the current value of the checkbox, either checked or unchecked. And this is the remember me text. Let's make it constant, and this is the password which will be displayed at the rightmost as we have put the space between, which means that this will align two children's. One will be at the leftmost and one will be at the rightmost. But if you put one more children in the row, the children that is in the center will be in the center, and the two children of this parent row will be one at the leftmost, one at the rightmost. So let's create this remember me check value in here. It will be a boolean, by default false. That's it. Now hot reload, and we got this remember me and forgot password. We can check and uncheck this, and you can see when we check the remember me, we have not set its color to our primary color, but it gets that color. That is because when you set the primary switch in your theme data to any color, any widget that has its default color like the elevator button and the app bar gets that color. So in the login page we got our checkbox in here, and you can see the warnings are gone from the whole column. That is because we got something changeable, which changed on the set stat when we had not this row in here. So the column was recommended to why not make it constant, because nothing is changeable. But once we got this row which is doing something with the stat, we change the stat of the stateful widget, so you can see that requirement of the const on directly on the column is gone, and now it is saying just make these fields constant. That is because that are for now not changeable, that don't have any controllers to deal with, so it's better to make them constant for now in order to improve the performance of the application. So that we got the remember me and the forgot password. Next thing we need is that the login button, and yes, we have the button container widget, so we don't have to write the code again, but we have to use that reusable component or reusable widget and complete our job with this. So we can do something like this: size box of 520, a button container widget with the title, and on tap directly send to the premium screen. So we don't have premium screen yet. Let's create it in the directory of premium, and inside this let's create the premium screen, or you can also call it page. It doesn't matter because both are similar. Let's create it. It will be for now a status widget, premium screen, and let's import the material dot and go for the scaffold and body, and let's say in the center child some text of displaying premium screen, and yes, let's make it constant just for now. And now in our login page we can press the F2 to track the error, and let's go for importing this premium screen. Let's make it constant also. So that we got this button, Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the same button in here, and this time we have not set the has icon to true, so you can see we don't have any icon. But in case if we set the has icon to true and pass the icon, so we will get the icon that we had in the get started button while navigating from the onboarding page to the login or the credential pages. So after this we need these dividers and the or text and these three options for logging in with them. And also these don't have an account, go to the create account page, or let's also the sign up page. So after this we will do create a row with the two expanded containers, and in the middle put a little bit or with the padding of horizontal 10, so that we got the two containers expanded like a dividers on the both sides of this or, and when you Ctrl S to hot reload we got this or like that. Next we need the button options, so for that we will do We will create again the size box of height 20 and again a row. And we have 3 containers with the width and height of 40, box decoration with their specified red, blue, dark blue and the blue light blue colors, and simple in the center their specified icons of Google, Facebook and LinkedIn. So let's import the Font Awesome icons and to use the icons of Font Awesome. Let's also make them constant because they are not going to be changed. They are constant icons. But here you can also see we are doing the repetition of code. We are creating this same container 3 times by specifying the same things. So to overcome this, we can work around like this, copy this container and create a method in here. Let's say option sign-in. This is a simple method and this is going to return a widget. Its return type will be widget. So this is going to return the same container and this is going to accept will be required icon data icon, and one more thing will be required, that is a simple color. Its name will be color. So the icon data will be passed in the icon of this and the color will be passed in here. And to overcome this error, we will remove the const from here. This time we will go and call the option sign in, but let's see first the result of this and then we will use this option sign in. Ctrl S to hot reload, we got these 3 buttons. To get the same result with doing less, we will call this option sign in and let's simply pass the color of same red color and the icon data of this Font Awesome icons Google. That's it. Now we can remove this large container with all of the data. Now we can duplicate this 2 times and set the color of the second one and the color of the final one. Let's put the assertive operator to not make it null and also pass their icons from the Font Awesome icons like this, and finally for the LinkedIn like this. Now you can remove these 2 containers which are useless for now. So you can see we have reduced a lot of code in here. We are just using this one sign-in option and we are doing it in our UI like this. And yes, you can create a separate widget for this and you can use it like this, which is consequently improve more performance of the app to creating reusable components and use them like that. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, everything remains the same and nothing is changed. Next thing we have to do is to create the don't have an account, create account in here. So to create that, we have to do, after this row, we are going to have one more row, don't have an account with some text style and also create account. Let's make them constant. And here is also navigator push to the sign up page, but we don't have one. There is no worry. We can create it with for now a stateless widget, sign up page, and let's go for import. And this is for now going to have the same scaffold body and center child text of, let's say, sign up page, and let's make it constant and we can import it right here from now. So that's it. Now we can hot reload and we got the don't have an account in here, but we want this to be at the bottom. To make it in the bottom, we have to cut this from here and let's go at the top and wrap this column with one more column and make this column with expanded, and after this expanded, put this row in here, and when you Ctrl S to hot reload, this area take the full space and it moved to the bottom directly. Now our login page is also created. This time we can go forward and create the create account page or sign up page. So let's go for the sign up page, and here what we have to do, first let's see how it's look like. So that is how our sign up page looks like. We have 4 fields and the same text and the same checkbox with some text, again the same button and the same thing. Already have an account, go for login. So here we have to do, first of all, remove this center from here, also the cons from the scaffold, because the full scaffold is not going to be constant. Let's make it a container with the margin edge sets that's symmetric. The same will be horizontal 20, vertically 40, and will be constant. And for the child, there will be a column children, and again inside the column we are going to have again put the size box of height 140, and let's make it constant. And next thing here, after the size box, we are going to have is the fields. So we got the same text as we had in the login page. This time its tag is sign up, and we have the size box, and let's import the from container widget and passing the name, username, email, password and phone number and all of that stuff. Let's copy this const and put it for this text style, for this, and also for this one for the size box, and the same for all of the others. So this time when you Ctrl S to hot reload, you got the sign up and the 4 fields, and you can go for cross axis alignment to start to make this sign up and start. So next thing you have to do after the fields has been created, again we need the checkbox. So for that we again have a row of cross axis alignment at the end, and in the row children we have first a scaffold. In the stat we have an error, that is because we have the stateless widget converted to stateful, and make this text constant for now. And we have this checkbox, and then we have the expanded rich text. The rich text and its max line is 2, and here we are giving colors to the different parts of the text. So we use the rich text in here and put the different text spawns in the list of children of the text spawn. So you can see for the first text spawn we have the by sign up you accept the, and then the its text style of black, and for this one we have its color primary color, and for this one let's make it constant and the error will be gone. And we have the second one text span which color is again black, and for the final text span we have the privacy policy with the color of primary color. That's it. Now let's go and create the remember me check value in the stat class. It will be boolean, by default will be false, like that. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this same working. Next thing we need is a button container widget to navigate us forward to the next screens. So we got the vertical spacing with the size box height and the button container widget, and the size box also down the button container widget. This is navigating us to the premium screen. Let's import this and Ctrl S to hot reload. We got the sign up button. This will navigate us to the premium screen like that, and come back. Oh, this closed the full application. This is because we are navigating to the premium screen using the push and remove until, so it do not make the pages in the stack. So there were no pages in the stack, it directly closed the app. So let's open this up again and how to start the app to have our new build. So our splash screen, onboarding screens, and the login screen and the create account screen, and now only one thing is remaining and we are done with our credential pages also. So next thing we need is already have an account login. So we know that what we have to do. We have to wrap our column with one more column, and we have to make this children column with a widget expanded, and at the bottom after this expanded widget we have to do with the children of text don't have an account and a just detector text with login. This will send us to a login page and a size box with constant height. But there is an error, that is because we don't have to make this column expanded but the children one expanded. And then close this one and move this size box and row to this column children, right after this. Open this up, and here we have the login screen error. Let's import this. Let's make it login page instead of the screen. And now let's put the constant modifiers in here. That's it. Ctrl S to hot reload. We got the already have an account login at the bottom of the screen, and we are done with our create initial pages. We can go to the login page, come to this, and from here we can go to the premium screen. So it's time to design also the premium screen. So our premium screens looks something like this. We have the logo and the text. We have these plans, a divider with the button container widget and some text button for skip and go to the other page like home. We have the home page. Yes, we have the home page after that. So let's design the premium screen also. First of all, in the premium screen, what you have to do is remove the center from here first. There will be a scaffold. We already have one scaffold, so let's remove it, and we're gonna have a container again. And margin agent sets of symmetric horizontal 40 and horizontal not 40 but 20 and vertical 40, the same. And make it constant. We can go for child, column, children, and the column cross axis alignment will be in the start. So in the children of the column, first of all we need a logo of our app. So we got size box from top and bottom 30, and we got the image asset word app logo, and we got the Food Prime logo in here after hot reloading the app. Next we need is here this long text and these options after this. So we got this text with the font size 28 and font weight bold. There we go, we got this text, and then we need the options. And we have done the same thing with the single premium item widget, and here we are going to create a method for them. Between each single premium item widget there is 20 vertical spacing between them. The first one is save an average of 4 to 5 per order and all of that options. So the single premium item widget will be really simple, just like that. It is accepting the icon widget and the title. This is a simple row, and which accept the icon, the icon size, and the title, and that's it. Now this time when we Ctrl S to hot reload, there is an error also. Let's F2 to track this. Okay, we also have to import this primary color from the theme styles.dart, and there we go. Ctrl S to hot reload. We got these 4 options also. Next thing we need in here is a divider in the form of container. Its height is 1, double infinity, its color is gray, means that we got a container, size box vertically 30, and a button container widget. Try Food Prime free for 1 month, and the size box again 30. We got this, and then we need one more thing, that is the skip button, and also this by tapping the button I agree to the team's an automatic monthly charge of $9.99 until I cancel an account prior to any renewal to avoid charges. And then after this skip button we need this text, some information saying about this premium version of the Food Prime app. So we will do a gesture detector with some text, skip, and its font size is 16, its color is black, font weight bold. It is navigating us to the main screen finally. And also let's make this main screen constant, and that's it. We got that skip button in here. To make it in the center, we will wrap this gesture detector with the center widget, and we got the skip button in here. And this here finally we need that text, the information about the premium version of the Food Prime app. So this will again be a rich text of different text fonts with the different colors. This time Ctrl S to hot reload. We got this text in here. You can see the text font with the text this with this color, and in the children of this text font we have more text fonts like the themes. Its color is primary color, and same like that. So our premium page is successfully created also, and now when we hot restart the app, we got the splash screen, the onboarding screens, the credential pages, and also we got the premium, and this time we are finally navigated to the main screen, and we will start work on it in the part 2 of this Food Prime app. So that's it for the part 1 of building the UI of a food delivery app. And yeah, that's it. I will see you in the part 2 of Food Prime app, building the further screens for our food delivery app, or also we can say Food Prime app. Welcome to the part 2 of building a food delivery app. So in this part, we are going to design the UIs that we have left in the part 1. So let's get started with the main screen. In the main screen, we have nothing but a simple center widget with a child text main screen. So in our Food Prime app, our main screen is going to look something like this. We have a bottom navigation bar with home, cart, and account. And here we have 2 categories, and there in the cart we also have some screen for the cart and also for the account. So let's get started in here. Remove this center widget from here and put this scaffold in here. And to build the bottom navigation bar, the scaffold provide us the bottom navigation bar. So here in Flutter we have a built-in widget bottom navigation bar, and it has a compulsory property that is the items, and also it has the current index, and it has one more property that is on tab, that when a tab is clicked, so what we will do to change the current index and switch between the page. So it means here we are manipulating the stat. So in that case we will have the stat full widget instead of the statless widget, and remove this const from here to overcome these errors from here. In this on tab, this gives us the index, the current index of the page that is just tabbed. And then we are going to have a variable of int current page index, which will be by default equal to 0. And then when it is tapped, we will set the stat, and this current page index will become equal to the index that is clicked. And in the current index, you'll pass that index. And in the items, it accepts the bottom navigation bar items. So for that, we will put 3 bottom navigation bar items of icon home and their label home, cart, and account. And then here are some other properties such as selected item color. So when the item is selected, its primary color, its color will be the primary color, and when its selected label style will be text style, and its color will be primary color. And let's also make this constant, and here after this we have 2 scaffolds. Let's remove this one, or we can just cut this scaffold from here, and we can have bottom navigation bar in here, paste it in here, and remove the scaffold from here, because this is not going to be a good practice to pass another scaffold in the body of the first scaffold. So in the body, after the bottom navigation bar, we are going to have a method of switch pages on index, and we will pass the current page index inside. So this switch page index will going to be a method which is going to accept the integer index, and in the body of the switch page index there will be a switch case which will switch on index and is going to check for the cases. When the index was 0, we will return the home page, and if the case was 1, then we will return the cart page, and if the case was 2, then we will return the profile page. So now let's go and create these pages also. Inside the main, we will create one more directory. This will be nav pages. Inside the nav pages, we will create one more directory, home, and also for the cart we will create a cart directory, and also the last one, the directory, not this one, it will be a cart, not the cart but profile. Inside the home we will create the home page. Inside the cart we will create the cart page, and also for the profile we will create the profile page. So in the home we will simply create a stateless widget, home page, and the same thing that we are doing with all the widgets, which for now contain nothing. Return a scaffold, body, center, child, text with home page, and for now let's make it constant and copy it, paste it in here, change it to profile page, and also change its name to profile page. The same thing for the cart, change its name to cart page and also cart page, and then come in here and import these pages, and it's better to make them constant. After this we have an error. Okay, we don't have to put the semicolon in here. That's it. Now if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we got this home page, and we can switch between the pages, cart page, profile page, like this. So we have created our main screen with the bottom navigation bar with the home, cart, and profile page. So let's go and design the home page this time. Again, it's time to remove the constant, and from the body remove the center widget. So let's look at our home page, how it's looked like. We have these two category items, grocery and fruits and food. We have some description for them and one image. As they are aligned vertically, so we will put the column and children. And also to give them space from around, we'll wrap this a container, and its margin will be HInset.symmetric. Vertically it will be 20 and horizontally it will be, let's say, 15. And here let's start designing our first category item. So we are going to have a container with the padding of horizontal and vertical 10, and its width will be infinity, and its height will be the 20% of the screen, accessing it from media query. And then for the decoration of the container, we are going to have this kind of decoration with white color. Let's import this white color, and then we have the border radius of 10 and the box shadow with the offset with the x-axis of 0 and 1, and its spread radius is 1.5, blur 5.5, and its color is gray with some shading of 350. After this, when I hot reload, I got an item just like this with some shadow and its white color inside, like that. Next, inside the child of this container, we are going to have a container with the padding of horizontal and vertical 10, and then we have a row and an expanded widget and simple an image of home image 2. What we are doing simply here is inside the row we have an expanded column, which means that we are giving all the space to the title and the description, and then the remaining space that an image can take will be taken by this image, and all the available space will be filled by these two, title and description, and their style. Title font size 25, bold, and its font size 15, and its color is gray with shading of 700. Now if I Ctrl S to hot reload, I got it something like this. But if we create this thing 2 times, so again this is going to break the dry principle, do not repeat yourself. So what we are going to do in this case is, first of all, let's make it constant, and let's cut this container, and let's create a method for this and call it home category item widget, and this is going to return this. Here we will pass build context, and then there will be some required parameters, or some can be null. Let's say string title, and let's say this will be required, and for the second one there will be string description, and then finally the string image. This will also be required, and also the final thing, void callback, to give it some tap action, and this will be also on tap, and let's make it nullable. So we're gonna have these required items, and this one will be null. So we will wrap this container with the widget gesture detector, and then on tap not directly the body, but we'll pass our own tab that we have created as a parameter in this home category method. And then this context is gotten in here, and the title will be the title, and the description will be description. And let's remove the const from here because that is a dynamic data. And let's say we can also remove this from here, so this will be good. Let's also remove this because we have a single description but not other parameters. Let's also make this constant, and for this image we will also do, let's remove this string from here and pass the image in here. So we got this method. So now we can use this method in here 2 times with the parameters that we have just passed. So first we'll pass the context, and then we're gonna have the title. The first title is going to be string grocery and fruits, and then we are going to have the description, which will be order fresh vegetables and fruits anytime, anywhere. And then we are going to have some other properties of image and on tab. The image is home image 1, and in the on tab we are doing to, when it is clicked, it is sending us to the grocery and fruit main page. So for now it's not created, so in the home we will create one more directory that will be home category. Inside the home category we are going to have 2 pages that will be grocery and home main page, and also we are going to have the food main page. And it will be more better if we create the food and also one more directory inside the home category, grocery and fruit. And let's move this food to this food directory and move this grocery to this grocery and food directory. That is because they're also going to have their detail page, so in order to not mix up everything, it's better to have separate directories for each of the file. And then in the grocery and food we are going to have again a stateless widget grocery, and let's also copy that name in order to not waste our time. It will be grocery and fruit, and like that let's import the material dart and give a scaffold, and then body center child text of the same thing, grocery and food main page. Put the constant in here, copy it and paste it in here. This will be simple food main page, and will be same food main page. There we go, we got this. Now let's import this, and our first home category item has been created. Now let's copy this and put some size box in here. Let's say size box of height 20, and let's paste it in here. Let's make this constant, and this will be for food, and its image will be home image 2. This is going to send us to the food main page, and both will be constants, and its description will be something like this: order from your favorite restaurants and home chefs. That's it. Now if I Ctrl S to reload, I got these 2, grocery and food category, but for now they'll take us in here food main page, as we are sending our user to using the push method. So when you click this back, so this will also allow us to come back as they are creating a stack like structure for navigation. Also, to give them some more space vertically, let's do something like, let's say 40 in here, so this will become more clear from top. So our home page is successfully created. Now it's time to create the cart page. So our cart page looks something like this. We have in the app bar, we have the Food Prime logo, and we have these 2 items in here, and we have the items, delivery fees, total, and that's it, a checkout button. So to create this, we will go to the cart page and remove the center from here. First of all, we will remove this const and put an app bar. We are gonna have the background color of white. We can use our white constant, white color, instead of using the direct color start white, and we are going to have a title we are going to have in the title image asset, as this is going to accept the widget. So image asset is also a widget. We will do assets word app logo.png, and that's it. Now in the body we are going to have a container for giving some space. You can also use padding, but it is the same thing again. The padding also allow us to give some padding around a widget, and in the container this also has the ability to give some padding around other widget that is going to be a child widget for the container. So we can do edge insets dot symmetric horizontal 20 and vertical also 20, and its child is going to be Sam, column and children, and make this constant. Now if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we got this food prime in here. Now we have to create the two cart items. For that we are going to have some text, and let's say two items in the list cart as we have seen in the image. Its style will be text style and font size of 15, font weight and font weight of bold, so that we will get two items in the cart. Next we are going to have some size box vertically, let's say 15, and then it's time to create the cart item. So to create the cart item we are going to have a container, and then we are going to have width of infinity and height of 110. And for the decoration we have its white color, border radius of 8, box shadow of offset like this. At the x-axis we pass the 0, and at the y-axis we give some more space for giving the shadow. And let's make it constant. Its spread radius is 1.5 and blur radius is 6.5, and its color is gray of 300 shaded. And then its child is going to have a row widget. That is because if we look at the design, we have this image and this data, so it means they're aligned horizontally, so we are going to have a row. And then to put that image in here, we are going to have the image dot asset, and from the asset we can access the image, let's say pizza popular 3.png. That's it. And then put some size box in here, and right after this we are going to have a column. That is because in the design we have this data aligned vertically, so we're going to have a column like this. So inside the column we are going to have one more row. That is because in the column we have first item aligned like the cheese pizza and that cancel icon. So for that we are going to have one more row item in here. It's children, and inside this row its main axis alignment will be space between to align them, to align one item at leftmost and align the other one at the rightmost. So inside the row we are going to have a text with the font size 15 and font weight of W500, some little bit bold. And then we are going to have a container with width and height 30, and in the decoration its border radius is 5 and light gray color, and it's in the children we have a center icon of clothes with the color of primary color, which is orange like color. And now if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we got this like that, and where the pizza popular 3 is not loaded, it's saying unable to load the asset. That is because we also have to pass the asset slash. From the assets load that image. So we got it like that. We have the image and the pizza and this cancel icon. Now to align this cancel in that rightmost, we have to give this column the whole space available. So we'll wrap this column with the widget expanded, so this will take the whole available space, and our cross button came in here and the space between start working in the row. And now to give this some spacing from this right side, from the top right corner, we can do to wrap this children row with padding, and we can also use a container, but let's this time use padding, and it will be symmetric, horizontal 5 and vertical also 5. So we got some spacing like this. Now we want to have this times food, the price, and this increment and decrement counter for this item. So for that we will do to have outside from this row inside the column, we are going to have a text of text food and some size box and the price for 49 and some styled font weight is W600. Now Ctrl S to hot reload. We got this food times food and also this one, the price. To move them in the center, we have to do cross axis alignment of the column will be in the start. So there we go, we got them like this. Next thing we have to do is to create this increment and decrement stuff for the item. So after that we have to do to put some size box. So after that we have to do to create a row and children, and its main axis alignment will be in the end. And inside the row we are going to have two containers, and between them there will be one text of 1. And if you want to really increment and decrement in here, so you can create a stat variable. So this will allow you to increment, decrement between this text, between this quantity of the item. Now if you Ctrl S to hot reload, you got this in here. Let's make this like this constant, so this will be good. But again, if I copy and paste this so many times, so this will not be a good practice. So for that item we will create the item card widget in here. Let's say item card widget, and this is going to return this, and this is going to accept some parameters that would be the string title and the string price and the string image. That's it. The title will be the pizza title. Remove this const from here and make the constant for the text style, and for this we will do image, and then for the price we will do price. But we also have to remove the constant from here and put the const for the text style. Now we can call this item card widget after this and pass the data like the title, let's say pizza, and we pass the image of pizza popular 3.png, and then for the price let's say 23.4, and that's it. For the first card item we can copy this one and give some size box height of 15, and then this, make this constant, also this one. So we got these two card items with the same data, but yes, you can change their data, and also you can use a list view in here to have the item scrollable. And after that, in the cart page, one more thing we have to do is to also create the item details, like the items, how many items are there we have in the cart, and also delivery fee and the total, and also one button off for the checkout. So we have to create, after this we are going to have a row children, and the row main axis alignment will be in the not center but the space between, and for the row there will be simple to text, that would be these text items and two. We can say we can have more items, the dynamic items coming from the database, so you can pass their length, so this will show up in here that how many items are there we have in the cart. And to make this two items, this one in this start, so we can again do cross axis alignment dot start. I forget it in the initial, so let's do it like this. So we get the items 2 in here, but I want this to be aligned at the bottom. So for that we have to do is to cut this and create a column and children, paste in here, and wrap this a widget exponent, so this will take all the available space and the items will be moved to the bottom. So let's also put the comma in here so you can see the items cart in here. So then we have to do is to create also the delivery fee and the total. So again, the same size box of height 10, and the same copy this row from here, paste in here, make this constant, and inside this will be delivery fee, and let's say v2 /$ $0.00. To use a $sign, you can use this backslash to make this work. So if you Ctrl+S to reload, you can see we got this $sign in here just because of using this backslash with this $sign. Otherwise, this is used for string interpolation. So if you want to type the $sign, so you have to use this backslash in here. And then we need a divider. So we got the size box, a divider in the form of container with double infinity min maximum width and height 1 color with the 350 shade, and again the size box. Ctrl+S to reload, we got the divider also, and then we need the same row showing the total. Now paste it in here, and this will be, let's say, total, and let's say 55. There will be a $sign, like that's it. We got it like this. Now we need a button container widget. So after this row, we will put some size box height about, let's say, 30, and then there will be a button container widget, not the button bar, but this will be a button container widget with the title of checkout, and the on tab, this is sending us to the payment page. So let's also create the payment page in these screens. This will be payment, and inside the payment, let's create the .file payment screen. This will be a stateless payment screen, and again import this with this scaffold and body, not background but body, center, child, text of, for now, payment screen. And then we can use its import payment page. It is, let's say, payment screen, and let's also make this constant. Ctrl+S to reload, we got this checkout button also. We're using the push, so we can go and also can come back. So our cart page is also successfully designed in here. The next page is to design the profile page, and I told you in the area of item card widget, you can also use the list view to have the list of items. So let's also do this. You can just simply cut this item cart widget, and here remove this column from here, or you can place this text outside the column, and let's again cut this and remove this column from here and put the list view dot builder. This is going to have the context and index, and this is going to return the cart item widget. This is going to return the infinite item widget, so you also have to put the item count, let's say 10. So this will 10 times returns the cart items in that list view. So that's it for this one. We have also created the scrollable view for the cart items. Now we can go for designing the profile page. So to design the profile page, you can go to the profile page, and again same, remove the center from here, also this constant. Again we need something like app bar as we had in the cart page. So inside the scaffold, we will do an app bar with the background white and the center title to true, which means that the title will be in the center, and again the title is again the word app logo. We have also the action buttons, which is the icon button of settings. Its color is black. When it's clicked, nothing will happen, and you can also create your settings page if you want to, and some size box to move it a little bit from right. Now if we Ctrl+S, nothing will happen because we also have to do something with the body. Let's say again our container with the margin of agent sets, that's symmetric, horizontal 20, vertical also 20. That's it. Make it constant. Now Ctrl+S to reload. We got it like this. Now what we have to do is to put the child and then a column and children, and then what we have is in here the profile, the name, and a divider, and just 3 same items of settings. So here we can create a row, children, and then we can have image.assets from assets user profile.png, and then we have some size box with the width of 10, and then some text of John Smith, some style, text style, font size 18, and font weight dot bold, and also make them constant like this. We got it, John Smith. And then after this you can put some size box of height 10, and then again a container like divider. You can also use a direct divider, but also this is a good way of doing it. Color and colors dot, it's colors, but the colors dot gray with 400 shade, and this will be color, not the child. Okay, that's it. Now after this we also have to put some size box of 20, and then we are going to have the settings items. So our setting items look something like this. We have a container with some rounded corners and an icon, the title, and one more icon at the rightmost, the arrow icon of iOS. So to create this we will do, so we got a container with the width of double infinity, height 50, and some padding with the horizontal and vertical 10, and its box decoration is again with some rounded corners. Its color is light gray, and a simple row inside another child row, and which is a language icon and the language title, and this will be aligned at the rightmost, and we have put the space between in here. So this is the arrow forward iOS, Ctrl S to hot reload. We got this language like this. Now what we have to do is we are not going to copy and paste this so many times, but instead what we can do is to cut this from here, and we can create again the settings item, and we can return this like this. This will remain the same for all of the others, and this item can be changed. This is not the item but the icon, and the title, where is the title? Here, it can also be changed. So we know the parameters, that would be the string title and also the icon data of the prefix icon. That's it. Let's also make it nullable. Copy this and paste the title in here, and then you have to do to also pass the prefix icon in here. That's it. There is an error, that is because we have to remove the constant from here and put the const only with the required widgets. That's it. So now we can call this settings item in here and pass the title, let's say language, and prefix icon start language, and what are the others? Help and the theme. So we can use some size box of height, let's say 15, and let's copy and paste it. Let's also put the constant, paste it 1 time and 2 times, and we got the language like this. So this will be help and the help icon, and also this will be, what is it, theme and theme. We can do, let's say light, and yes, we got this light mode outline. So we got it like this. We also have created successfully our account page. So now what is remaining is to create the detail page for the grocery and fruits, and also for this food, and their search page, and also the checkout page. So these will be created in the part 3 of building food delivery app, or food prime app we can say. So that's it for this episode, and I will see you in the part 3, which will be the final part of building or designing the food prime app. So after that, the food prime app designing will be completed, and you can also get this code from the GitHub. That's it. See you in the part 3 of building Food Prime app. Welcome to the part 3 of building a food delivery app. So in this part, we will finally design the remaining screens. First, we'll start from these categories. First the grocery and fruits, and then for the foods, and also their search pages and their functionality, and also we will go for the cart to design the checkout page, which is in our case the payment page. So let's go to the home and let's go for the grocery and fruits, and here we have the page for grocery and fruit main page. Let's remove the center from here and also this constant, and also make this a stateful widget, and this is the page we are going to design. We have a search bar and also this voice, which is not working for now as this is a simple UI, and then we have some text of categories and the switch between the categories, and we have grid for the fruits, vegetables, and the kitchen tools. So in the scaffold, what we have to do first, we need also an app bar like this, an app bar to have this back icon. So in the scaffold, we will do first of all an app bar with the elevation 0, white background color, and the leading icon of arrow iOS back. And in the body, what we have to do again, we know that we have a container, and in the margin, agency symmetric horizontal 20, vertical also 20, and also make it constant. And for the child, we're gonna have again a column children, and in the cross-axis alignment will again be the start, and in the children what we need is a row and children, and we're gonna have an expanded widget, and its child will be the search widget, and the search widget is going to have the void callback method, and this will be on tab. In the body, we will do navigator dot push and to the material page route, and this will be context to the search page. For now we don't have the search page, so let's also create the search page. We will create in the screens the search. Inside the search we will create the search page and create a stateless widget search page and import this. Again, we're gonna have a scaffold, body, center, child, text, search page. We will design it later, put the constant here and semicolon, and let's again go to the grocery and fruit main page. Let's import this search widget and make it constant. Now to work with search widget, we will import the search widget, and this search widget looks something like this. We have a simple controller inside the search widget, and on tap void callback which can be tabbed, and then here we have a simple container with the width infinity, height 45, and also its decoration is 25 border radius, and also light gray color as we have in the theme, style dot some box shadow. And in the child we have a simple text form field, which when it's clicked, the on tab void callback will be called and will navigate us to the search page. The controller is the controller we will pass, and the input decoration is the icon for the prefix icon search, border none, and in the hint text, search for your favorite. That's it. Now in the grocery and main food page, we have got our search page like this, and then we are going to have some size box in here with the width of 10, L will be constant, and then we are going to have a container of width and height 40. The decoration with the primary color, its shape will be circle, which means that directly make it circle shape. We can also do this using border radius to set it 20, so it will also become a circle, but this is also a way to make a shape circle. And then in the center we are simply displaying an icon with the setting voice with the white color. Ctrl S to hot reload. We got this search. This is navigating us to the search page. We can come back, and also we have this. Now we want these categories with their text category and the grid. So to do that, we have to do right after this container, there will be some size box of height 30, and then make it constant. There will be some text of, let's say, categories, and its style will be text style, font size of 16. And let's also make this constant, and there will be again some size box of height 20, make it constant. And then we are going to have a row of the categories of fruit, vegetables, and kitchen. So we got this row with the main axis alignment of space around. In the children, we have the single category item widget, which we are going to create in a while. This is doing nothing but a very simple thing. It has a color. We are checking if the current selected category was equal to 0. Simply, this single category item widget color will be primary color. Otherwise, it will be of gray color, as we have here in this demo of the app. And when this category is clicked, this will set selected category item index to 0, and the same thing for the other two categories. So let's go and create this. In the stat, this will be an integer. Current selected category will be equal to 0, and then to create the single category item widget, we are going to have this, and this is going to accept the void callback on tab, the color, and the title. And then this is going to return an expanded widget in the row and with the just detector on tab, so that we are allowed to click on it, and a container with that width and height, and some decoration with the border radius 20, and in the center we have the simple title. Now that we have these categories, Ctrl S to hot reload. Now that if you Ctrl S to hot reload, so we got the categories in here. That is because this is the row, and yes, we have to move this out to the column. This will not be inside the row, because that row is just for a search, and this voice settings. So outside this row, this will be like this. So we have an error in here. That means we have to put the comma in here. Now if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we got the categories. We can switch between them like this. Now using the categories, we will display the grid for each fruit, vegetables, and kitchen. So for that, we have to do, right after this row, we have to call a method. That would be some size box switch category on selected index. And this method will look something like this. Switch category on selected index, it is accepting an index and switching on that index when the index was 0. This will build the fruit grid view, and if the case was 1, this will build the vegetable grid view, and if the case was 2, this will build the kitchen grid view. So now let's create the build fruit grid view. So let's also comment this out in here, fruit grid view. This is going to return an expanded widget. Its child. The child of the expanded widget will be a grid view, and in the grid delegate, we will do the sliver grid delegate with fixed cross-axis count. The cross-axis count will be 3, as we have here. The cross-axis count 3, and the child aspect ratio will be 0.8, and also make it constant. And the children of the grid view will be the fruit category list dot map this, and this is going to return a column with the children. Also not forget to convert it to list. This fruit category list is a list of objects, so on each object of fruit category list we are returning a column, and we will call this fruit, as this is a fruit category list. And then inside the children of the column, we are gonna have a container of just decoration, box decoration, and border radius dot circular about 10. That's it. In the child, that's it. In the child, we are going to have a stack widget, and in the children of the stack, we're going to have the image asset, and in the assets, we are accessing the fruit on that specific image in our fruit category list, this image. we have just names of the images in here. Simply in here we are putting the assets path and passing the image name, and then it will show us the image in here. And on top of the stack we will also show this price in here. So that's why I use a stack in here. So after this image, on top of the image we will do a position widget with the bottom 20, right also 20, a container with width and height 40 and 20, some rounded corners, red color, and in the center text of the fruit, that specific price that we have for the food category for each item in the list. That's it. We have the white color for the text, and then there is also the title like the apple, kiwis, lemons, all of that. So right after this tag in the column, right after this container, we will do to have some text, and this will be like this on fruit on the string title. That's it. Now if we copy this, and for now let's paste them for both of them to fix this error and see the result of this. Now if I Ctrl S to hot reload, you can see we got a beautiful grid of the fruits items. In the grid view, I just map the fruit category list, and for each I return a column with some rounded corners of 10, and this is simple stack fetching each image from the fruit category list that we have specified by passing the path and the image name we already have in the fruit category list. And then on top of each image I display their price that we have in the fruit category list, and also the title for each fruit which comes right after the image. So that was it for the fruits. And the vegetables kitchen will also be the same, that is because we have put also in here. So now we can do Ctrl Z to undo this, and we can now create the build vegetable grid view, and everything will remain the same. What I have to do is to create the method for this, and then simply copy the content of this build fruit grid view and paste it in here. What you have to do is simply change this to vegetables category list, and that's it. And finally, for this build kitchen grid view, we again have to paste this and open the body of this, and then copy the same expanded widget and paste it in here. And one thing you have to change is again the kitchen category list, and all of the things will remain the same. This time before Ctrl S to hot reload, we have to put also the comments to make it clear. This will be vegetables grid view, and this will be the kitchen grid view, this will be fruit grid view. Now if we Ctrl S to hot reload and switch between this, we have the vegetables, kitchen, vegetables, and fruit like that. So we have successfully created our grocery and fruit main page, and now we can go to create the food main page. So in the food main page, we again have to remove the center from here, this constant, and then here will comes again the same app bar, and then convert the stateless widget to stateful widget. And in the body, what we have is, let's go a little bit forward for this. From this search page we have same like this, but only difference is we have the horizontal scroll views. So in the body, what we have to do is to put the column children and wrap this column with a container, and then margin agent sets dot symmetric horizontal 20 vertical 15. And then in the children of the column there will be a same search widget, and the categories will also be the same. So we can go to the grocery and fruit page, and let's copy this row from here with that category, and then come here. We can set the cross-axis alignment of the column to start in order to overcome that default behavior of the column with the children inside, and then we can paste it, copy it from here like that, and come in the food main page, paste it in here, and also import the search widget. That's it. Ctrl S to hot reload. We have one more error. So that is also to import the search page. Now if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we got the same thing in here. And one more thing that will remain the same across the grocery and fruit man page and the food page, that will be this row. So we can also copy this row or also this switch category page and paste it in the column right after this. And then we can copy the selected category and create the same integer equal to 0, and then also to create a single category item widget, we can also copy this from our grocery and fruit main page and paste it in here. And the last thing is switch category on selected index, so we can also directly copy it from here and paste it right after this. But in this case we are not going to have the build fruits grid view and the build vegetables grid view and lastly the build kitchen grid view, but instead we are going to have the build special burger list, build special pizza list and build special sandwich list. That will be for the first category. And then for this second category we are also going to have one more switch, that would be switch popular category on selected index, and this name will be switch special category on selected index. So I will copy this and paste it in here, and on top of that I'm gonna have to do the special offer, which will be switch special category on selected index. And then right after this I'm gonna have some size box, and then same text will be of, let's say, popular now, and then the same switch, but this time this will be switch popular category on selected index, also pass the current selected category. So now we have to implement this build special burger list and also the build popular burger list, and then for all of them. So we will comment out in here switch special list and here switch popular list. So let's start implementing this build special burger list. Inside the body of this we will return a container with the height of 250, and in the child there will be a list view and its scroll direction will be axis.horizontal, and in the children what we will do is burger special category list. We'll map this, and on each special burger we will do, let's say, special burger. On each special burger we will return a container of width 300 and child will be a column, children, its cross axis alignment will be in the start, and the first child of the column is going to be a container with the box decoration 5, and the child there will be, again from the special burger we are accessing the image of the burger special category list. And to overcome these errors we have to convert this to list, so it will become fixed like that. We are accessing the image from the special burger list, and then also put the semicolon in here. After this we have to do, right below this image we are going to have a row with the main axis alignment of space between, and there will be a column. In the row there will be a column with the cross axis alignment start. First there will be that title, you can see in here that title, and then we have the delivery fee and the time 20 to 40 minutes here, and then we are gonna have a container that is aligned in the row. We have this first child and this second child, so it means this will be aligned at the leftmost and this will be aligned at the rightmost as we have in here, and its width and height is 30, box decoration with the circle shape, and then in the center text special burger and its rating. So we got it like this. Now there is a recommendation of replace this with the size box. Okay, let's do it. Make this also a size box. Okay, if there's a recommendation by the Flutter linter, that's okay. So we got this first build special burger list. Now we can create the special pizza list from this one using this same special burger list. So what we have in here is height for 250, because this height will be a little bit more than the popular now one. And a horizontal scrollable view, again same, we have mapped the burger special category list, and then we have an image in here, and in the row we have all of that stuff in here. In the row we have first column, we have these two aligned, and in the row the second child is this rating aligned in here. So we can do the same thing for the build special pizza list. So we can copy this and paste it right after this, and we can return the same thing we have in here and paste it, open it. Only thing we have to do is to change this burger to pizza special category list. That's it. Now we can do the same for build special sandwich list and open the body for this. This is going to return the same size box with the sandwich special category list. Now that's it. Now let's comment this out, and also this one, Ctrl S to hot reload to test this first one. You can see we got this like that. We can switch between the categories and we can see the result of it. Now the same thing will be done for the popular one. So let's now uncomment this also in the UI and start building this. Comment out this. Let's start building the build popular burger list. This is going to return again a size box with the height of 200, and its child will be Sam list view. And in the children we will again map the burger popular category list. This time we will map this will be Sam burger, and will be returning again a container of width 180, and its child will be a column and children. In the children of the column we are going to have a stack widget. But before going forward and doing anything with this build popular burger list, let's convert this to list in order to fix this error. Put a semicolon in here, also in here. So inside this tag there will be again a container with the box decoration in the border radius 5 and children accessing the image from the list of burger popular category list. So that we got this image in here. Now we want also to display the price on this. So for that we also have put stack. So this time to put the price on that image in that stack we will do the same, the position from bottom 20 and from right 20, a container with the width and height 50, and in the box decoration border radius 15 and a red color, and the price is 5. It's a dummy price, and in the production level of this application this will come from a database. After this has been done, there is one more thing that we have to keep in mind or have to cover. This is the name of the item of that specific category and also the rating. So right after this tag in the column we will do to put a row again, and the main axis alignment is spaced between. That is because we are again aligning them in one at the leftmost and one at the rightmost. So the first will be expanded, the title, and then the simple padding of row widget, a simple icon star and its color is amber, and the rating that is coming from here the burger popular category list. We have here the rating. So we access it here. Let's make this container a size box. So that's it. And the same thing will be copied for the build popular pizza list and build popular sandwich list. So let's close it like this and copy this build popular pizza list and paste it, and this is going to return the same thing, but only this will be different, pizza popular category list, and the same thing will be happen for the second one. this will be returning the same size box with the same size, only the list will be different. That's it. If you Ctrl S to hot reload, you will also get this like this. But this is horizontally scrollable, so for that you also have to change this scroll direction to axis.horizontal, and also for the other ones, for the second one, the scroll direction to horizontal, and also for this one, that's it. We got it horizontally. Now there is an error, so we want the whole area to also be scrollable, so we will go at the top and wrap our column widget with the single child scroll view, so this will become scrollable. So this area is also scrollable like this. This area is scrollable horizontally and like this, and also make this constant. Now that we have created our food category page and also the grocery and fruit page, so it's time to create their detail pages. Like when I click one, so I will be navigate to the detail page of that specific item of the category. We have these fruits, vegetables and kitchen, so we also have to change these names to, first will be burger and the second one will be pizza and the last one will be sandwich. That's it. Now what we have to do is to create their detail page. So in the food page we will create one more dot file that will be food detail page, and also in here grocery and fruit detail page. So our detail page looks something like this. The item that has been clicked and the increase and the increment and decrement quantity, the title and the description, and also the rating and the free delivery stuff and the location, and the total is null. In that case, I think the item price is not correctly specified in the lists, and an add to cart button. So let's go for creating the detail page. So first we'll go for creating the food detail page. Create a stateless widget for now, food detail page, and let's convert it to stateful. And then this is going to have a scaffold, and directly in the bottom navigation bar we will call the bottom widget, and that bottom widget looks something like this. Its height is 100 and its background color is white, and border radius is, and the border radius from top right is 30 and from top left it's also 30. In the box shadow we have specified the x-axis to 5 and y-axis to -2 to have some adjusted shadow, and the color of gray with some shading, spread radius and blur radius. In the child we have a simple padding around the row and some title, and then a button container widget add to cart, which will show item added to cart, a snack bar, and the navigator will be popped. Will send us back to this page. Now after this we're gonna have the same app bar with white color and the same icon, and then in the body the same container with the margin symmetric horizontal 20 and vertical 20, and then in the column we are first going to have a container of with infinity and hive 25% of the screen, and then the box decoration of, and the box decoration you have the border radius circular 6 for the rounded corners, and in the child we have image asset from widget data that image. So this food detail page is also going to accept a map of key string and also the value string. Let's pass it in the constructor so that you'll be sending the data from the food main page to the food detail page and display it in here. After that container we are going to have, this is the image that we have in here. Now we're going to build this thing. To build this, for that we will do the size box and again select quantity widget. So now we will implement this select quantity page, select quantity widget in here. That will be like this in the center, as this is in the center, and a container with the width of 130 and 40 height, and padding horizontally, and then in the box decoration its color is light gray color that you can see. Box shadow is some applied. At x-axis we have 0, and at y-axis, meaning that at that side we adjust the shadow, and the spread radius is that much, 1.5, the radius 5.5, and some gray color with some shade. And we have then a row, as we have the decrement, increment, and the quantity in here. So we have first the gesture detector button with the icon, remove, that is the decrement, and then also add for decrement, and the quantity is displaying in the middle where we have a simple container with the primary color. So let's go and create this quantity. Its type will be integer, quantity equal to 0. No, for now it will be 1. And then we have to create, first of all, let's make them constants, and then create the increment and decrement methods. They'll look something like this: increment and decrement the quantity. That's it. After this, we have to deal with the title, rating, and the description, and the timing, when it will arrive, and where to deliver, the location. Then after this, we have to do in the column, after the size box, we are going to put a row widget with the main axis alignment space between, and accessing the title from the widget data. Its font size is 22 and is bold. And in the row we have the star icon, and the rating. And then after this rating, we will to create the description and these two icons with the detail of when it will be delivered and where it is going to deliver. So that will also be really simple, some size box between them, and the text description in here, and the first row with the icon calendar today and free delivery Sunday October, and the timing, and again the location, deliver to New York, and its code. After this, when this is created, let's put the concept also in here. So we will navigate to this page when the item is clicked. So let's go to the food main page, and for the special category we have to open this, and for each item here you wrap this with a gesture detector. On tab we will do navigator.push to the material page route, pass the context, and the page will be food detail page, and the data will be the special burger data, as it's also the type of map string and string, which means the key is also string and the value is also of type string. Same thing will happen for all of the others. For example, for the build special pizza list, we will do same thing, widget, gesture detector, on tab, and the same thing here. But this is a pizza, so we also have to pass the pizza in here. Like, let's change its name to pizza, and there we will come up with the error, pass it in here, also for this here, and lastly in here. And again, let's copy this navigator push from this build special pizza list, and then do it same for the last one. So after putting gesture detectors on all the items of the list views, now we will be allowed to go to the detail page. So let's click this first item and we will be navigated to the detail page. You can see we can increment the quantity, decrement the quantity. We have the image that we have clicked on, and we have these details of rating, and we can add to cart, item added to cart. We have navigated back to the same page, and if we go for this burger, you can see we got this burger in here. We can increment, decrement like this. And the same thing will happen for the grocery and fruit detail page. So we can directly use the food detail page because there is no difference in here. We are sending the same data with the map of key string and value string. So we can use this food detail page, or you can also name it something else like only detail page so that it will be easy for you to use it for both. So let's also do it with the food detail page. Go to the grocery and fruit main pages, and here we have three lists. when each column of that item is clicked, just a detector on tap, we will do to navigate. Here we have this navigator push. We will navigate to the food page with that fruit. That's it. And then copy this, go for the second one, and the second same thing will happen for this on tap. And then this will be not the fruit but vegetable. And lastly, copy this navigator push from here and wrap this column with the just a detector on tap, paste it in here, and this time this will be kitchen. Also reflect the changes in here for image, for the price, for the fruit, and also in here this will be reflect the changes for the image, for the price, and lastly for the title. That's it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload. You can go back and go for the grocery and foods. We can go also in here, increment, decrement, add to cart, same thing like this. So I have successfully implemented the detailed pages for categories, and the next remaining pages are search page, payment page, and lastly a very simple dialog box when the payment is successful. So that would be the task for you to create these pages and try things yourself. And that is how we learn a skill. When you don't try and practice things ourselves, there are very less chances to learn a skill and be a master in it. So let me give you a hint for the search page, and you must try it yourself. That would be a request for you because this is very important. So in case of search page, you already know this list we discussed in starting. So there exists all the static data inside the app. So what you have to do is to query on the item title either in lowercase or higher case and filter items as you have seen in the demo of the application. And for the payment page, this is very straightforward. Just create some fields and a button, and lastly a very simple dialog box. So only in case if you got stuck somewhere in the code and is unable to find the solution yourself, so you can go to my GitHub and see the code. Otherwise, if you think you can do it, this is very good to try things yourself and let me know in the comment section. I would love to see your progress and the way you progress with the bootcamp. Also, drop down your own thoughts and questions in the comment section, and surely I will answer each of your questions. That's it. See you in the next one. Welcome to the part 1 of building LinkedIn clone mobile UI. So before getting started with the code, let's see the demo of the app. So let's hot restart this application, and that is how our splash screen looks like of LinkedIn. And after the splash screen, this navigates us to the onboarding screen, where we have 3 onboarding screen for our LinkedIn. And then we have the options for sign in, join with Google, and join now. We can go for sign in from here. And that is how our sign in page looks like of LinkedIn clone UI. And from here we can again go for join. And when we click this continue, a new field will appear, and that is really simple logic. Just a boolean field is used in here, and we can go back to the sign in, come back to the join, and continue. This will navigate us to the home page. So that is how the home page looks like with the posts, and we can also have multiple posts in here just like this. And we can click this menu, and we have these options of save, share via, unfollow, remove connection with the username, and all of that stuff. That is how the home screen UI looks like. And we also have the profile drawer in here, and then we have the network page, where our network page looks something like this. And then we have the notifications in here, which is a simple UI and nothing is working. We can switch between the my post mentions, but this is just the UI interaction and nothing is actually working because there is no backend, and this is only UI stuff in this week 3. And then we have the jobs, and here we have the recommended for you and more jobs for you, and that is what we're going to build in today's episode. And final page that is remaining to check is this post page. When you click this, you can see this bottom navigation appear, and also this one is a bottom navigation. We can again reappear this bottom navigation by clicking this menu, and we can write something in here. Let's say hello world, and you can see this become colored as right in here. And now when we remove this text, this will become again like gray disable. Now when we click this cancel, this will navigate back us to the home page. So that is what we're going to do in these two parts of building LinkedIn clone UI. So if you have watched the previous videos of the bootcamp, you might know how we can create the splash screens, the onboarding screens, and the very basic authentication screens. So in the starter project of the LinkedIn clone UI, I already have built the splash screen, the onboarding screen, and also the authentication very basic screens. So when you go to the GitHub and downloading the starter project from the starter branch, so here you will find this code in here. I already have the splash screen created, and also the onboarding screens are created where we have the entities. You might know this from the previous episodes of the bootcamp. And also we have the authentications created, the sign in and a sign up page. So let's go for it. In the emulator we can go for, let's say, the sign in, and this is our sign in page here. Very simple, a logo, some text, and two fields, simple text of forget password, and a sign in button, which is again we are using the reusable components from our widgets here, which is a single button container widget which has these dynamic properties with this title required, and also the Google button container widget which has the icon before this, and we also use this Google button container for this Apple also. So this is our sign in page, and the thing you might think that it is a bit unique, or it's not that unique because we're just using a single boolean field, is that in the sign up page, which is in our case the join now page, here when you click this continue, you can see the password appear when we click this. That is, we are just using a simple boolean field which is by default false. And down here what we are doing, when this is true, then show this text field, otherwise a simple container. And the same thing for this size box, to give some size box when this text form field appears. And when this continue is clicked, first if the field was false, set the stat and set this is continue to true, and then if it's true and it's not false, then it will navigate us to the main page. And that's it. That's what we are doing in here. There is nothing fancy in here, but a simple boolean field used in here. So we have the splash screen, onboarding screens, and also the sign in and sign up page created, which are really simple. And we are going to start our work from the main screens. Let's go to the main screens. We have again nothing but a constant scaffold in the center main page. So let's continue and we will be navigated to the main page. So the home page of our LinkedIn clone looks something like this. First we have the user profile in here, a search bar, and then we have a message icon in here and a divider, and then we are starting our work with the posts. So first of all, before going forward, let's build this bottom navigation bar, and then we will go for creating the screens for all of that: home, network, posts, notifications, and finally the job posts. So in the main page, the first thing that we are going to do is to remove this constant and also remove this center from this body. Then for the app bar, we are going to create a separate widgets directory in here, and inside this widget directory we are going to have an app bar widget, and we do not want to directly add this in here. So inside this app bar widget, we are going to have a preferred size widget and app bar method which accepts the context and the required parameters or the name parameters, which can be null, are on leading tab listener, and a title, and a boolean is job tab. The is job tab boolean is because here when we go to the job page, so as we are using the app bar on only the main page, and we are checking the condition that if the page was job posts, so here instead of search we will display search jobs, and there will also be the menu icon for seeing the menu in the jobs. That is because we are doing is job tab. So first we are going to build the app bar, and then we will go for the bottom navigation bar and then its screens. So in the app bar, its color is LinkedIn white and the color code in hex. and this is again coming from our theme styles.dart. We have these colors, and here our linter recommends that remove that funnels and replace it with constant. So let's do it. Remove all of the funnels and replace it with const. There we go. So we got our color constants in here, the LinkedIn blue, black, white, and all of that colors used in the LinkedIn clone app. So in the main page here it requires the app bar, but first we're looking at the app bar widget. So that was the color, its elevation is 0, and a gesture detector in the leading, because in the leading there will be our profile displayed. So we are displaying here from assets the profile 1 JPG, which is a simple profile that we have here. So in the leading, instead of the back icon, we mostly have the back icons in the leading, which is by default displayed when you navigate to some page using the push method from the navigator API. So here in the leading, we explicitly define that there will be our profile of the user, and when this is clicked, our own leading tab listener will be called. And in the title, instead of passing a simple text title, we pass here our text field, and which is wrapped by a container, and we are designing it a little bit in here by giving it color and some rounded corners in here. And in the text field, its hint title will comes from when we pass that title in here, and then we have prefix icon of search, and here let's put the constant in here also for this one row. In the action buttons, what we are doing is we are checking if the job post tab, the boolean we have specified in here, was true. So we will display a gesture detector on tab, which will do nothing for now because this is a simple UI. If this was false, sorry about that, we're saying if this was false, so we will only display this message outlined icon. Otherwise, we will display a row with the icon more vertical, which means a menu with that color, and then some size box between them, and then a message outline, again that icon with the same color, and some size box with 10 to give some spacing from the right side. That is how our app bar is doing. Now we will copy this app bar and paste it in here, and then we will pass the required items in the app bar. So that is what we are going to pass in our app bar widget. The context and the title of search is job tab false for now because we have not yet created the job tab for now, and we will do it in a while. Let's make this a stateful widget to make this set stat work, and let's import this. And then for the scaffold stat, we will use a global key in here, a final global key of the scaffold stat, and then we will pass it in the key of the scaffold in order to access the stat of the scaffold. So from the current stat of the scaffold, we will open the drawer when our profile icon is clicked. That's it for now. In the body, we will go for calling the switch pages in here. But before this, to switch the pages, we have to do bottom navigation bar. To build a bottom navigation bar, then we will be allowed to navigate between the pages on that specific index. So we are going to have a bottom navigation bar like this with the items of bottom navigation bar item of home, network, post, and the notifications, and finally the job, which is using the icon of briefcase from the font awesome icons. And then we are going to configure some more properties of the bottom navigation bar. That would be these properties: selected item color, selected label style, unselected item color, and unselected label style. And we have specified the LinkedIn black color when the item is selected, and when the item is selected, its label style will also be LinkedIn black color, and the same opposite configuration for the unselected item and unselected label. And we are setting this to true, show unselected labels when the item is unselected, so its label will also be displayed. And next, to interact with the bottom navigation bar, we need two more things: the on tab and the current index. So we got it in here, the current index of the page, and then on tap, and then when the specific navigation bar is tapped, set the stat, and current index will become that index that is just clicked. So this current page index will be a simple integer and will be equal to 0 by default. And then now we have the index, so that now we can define the switch pages method in here. The method is going to accept the index, and that index will be our current page index. And in the body of the switch pages method, we will do to switch between the different pages: home page, network page, create page, notification page, and lastly the jobs page. So let's go and also create these pages. So we got our pages inside the main directory: create, home, jobs, network, and notifications, and all have by default a simple scaffold and in the center some text of their specific page name. Then let's go to the main page and import these pages. That's it. After calling the pages in here, the errors will be fixed from here. Now we can go for hot restarting the app and see the results of what we have done right now. So you can see we have built this. We are currently on the home, and here is the home page, network, create page, notifications, and jobs, and we have the search for now. When you click this, nothing will happen. That is because in the app bar we also have to specify the drawer, and let's say by default the drawer widget. Later we will also define it to modify it and create our own drawer for LinkedIn clone app. That's it. Ctrl S to hot load. This time when we click this, a simple dummy app bar will appear, not the app bar but the drawer, and will look something like this. So now it's time to go for building the home page. So in the home page, what you have to do is to create a simple directory, name it widgets. Inside the widgets, there will goes the single post card widget, because each single post will be returned in the list view and will be the list of posts in here. And one more thing that I did not introduce to you, that is this time the data is specified a little bit different. We don't have the list of objects, but we are using the method what we're doing in our onboarding entity. So in the post entity we have a simple class and these fields also passed in the constructor, and there we have a static list where we have the post entities with the specified dummy data, and in the production app this data will come from the database, and you will get to know about this when you go to the 4 and 5 week and start building the WhatsApp clone. So you will get to know how the data is coming from the Firestore database and how we are displaying it there and how everything is happening. So for now we have this dummy data with the tags, total reacts, total comments, username, user bio, and all of that stuff. We have about 3 and 5 posts currently in the post, and the network we have the same thing. These fields and are in the list here, and the data is already specified, and this is LinkedIn data in that old format that we had in the previous when we were building the food delivery or food prime app. So we had the data like in this format, and now we have the format like this. So both are the same, but this approach creating fields and a list is more reliable, so doing this will be good. So now let's go and start creating the home page, then we will look at the single postcard widget also. First of all, we'll remove this const from here and also this center widget from here. Then put a column within the size box of its children and its height or vertical 5. Next in here is a container like a divider of height 8, and its color is LinkedIn light gray and that color code. Now Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got this divider in here. Now we are going to have a list view that would be expanded, meaning that all the available space will be taken by this list view. In the item count we are passing the post data length, and the post data will be the post data, the static list coming from the post entity. And now it's time to create the post card widget, but this is going to cause inconsistency while creating a single post card. So for now we are going to design first the one card and then directly pass it in here, so it will be good with that well designed. So for now let's comment out this expanded widget and start creating the postcard directly in here, then we will move it to postcard widget and directly call it here, so that will be easy for us to create just one postcard and then call it in there and pass the specific data in there, and the list view builder will return it 5 times with that specific data that we have stored it here in the post entity, that list of post list data. So in here, let's start creating the single postcard widget, the single postcard. So our postcard looks something like this. We have a profile that all view is in the column, like here we have the user profile and some description and then the tags and then the image. So this is all in the column, and this first one is a row, and then also here these reactions are also in the row, and these like, comment, repost, send are also in the row. So this is going to be a long widget, but let's start creating it. First we will start with a column, and then inside the column we're gonna have a container with a margin of horizontal and vertical 10 and a color of LinkedIn white and a color code. Then in the child of the container we are going to have one more column. This column is for displaying the profile, and below this the description and then the tags, because we have this full column with the vertical and horizontal spacing, and in the image we don't want to give some space, so that is because we have a column on top and then we have a nested column inside, which is this column, this profile, the description and then the tags in here. So we have this column, and then inside this column first we're going to have a row children, and inside this row we are going to have first of all the profile. So we will do 2 size box widgets, one for horizontal spacing, the other for just for giving spacing to our image here, the profile image, and then we wrap our image also with the clip rag to clip it and give it some border radius of 35 to make it circle. And then we're gonna have an expanded widget with the child of column. That is because we will share all the space with this column, because here we have something aligned vertically in that row. So we have first in the row the profile widget with the 70 width and height, and then we have this expanded widget which takes all that available space in that row. And here we have again the column. So now we will put our username and then this the bio of the user and then when that post was uploaded. So inside this column first of all we will put a row widget, and its main axis alignment will be space between, and again inside the row we're gonna have an expanded widget again of the text, because we want this username to take all the available space and move this menu icon to the rightmost. So we have expanded our text, and then the gesture detector with the icon of more vertical, which is a menu icon, so this will be moved to the rightmost. And then outside from this row we're gonna have some text for the bio, where we have the hard-coded bio for now, and later this will come from the post entity. Its max line is 1 and its overflow is ellipsis, which means that if it was overflowed from the screen it will just become ellipsis, like some dots when there is no space for the other text when it's off the screen. And the style is font size 12 and the color is LinkedIn medium gray color with that color code. Now right after this text we will do a little bit vertical space and again a row for displaying the time and then an icon for the earth. And then also we have done the same for this, which means that 1 week has been done, we have posted this post and its overflow is ellipsis, the same thing, style and font size. Now if we Ctrl S to hot reload, we have made this section successfully. Our profile and the username, that is a row where we have expanded this text widget, and also this is a bio in the column, and also we have made this 1 week and then also the icon of the earth accessing from the font awesome icons. That's it. Now Ctrl S to hot reload and nothing has happened, and we are getting an error of render box not layout. render boundary. At the top it is saying render flex children have non-zero flex, but incoming height constraints are unbounded. It means that we are doing something like creating something that is going from the screen height. That is because we are doing something wrong in here. It might be, let's say we have a column, a container, and this column is supposed to be a column only for this upper area, and then we have a row, and inside that row we are gonna have these one more column. So inside that row, I guess we have done something wrong in here. This expanded widget is supposed to be in the row, but it's outside the row and expanding the area. So that is why we are getting the unbounded height render flex error, because we have put the expanded widget outside from the row. Now let's move it inside the row and then Ctrl S to reload, and you can see we got our top area or the profile area of the single postcard widget. So that was the problem. We are putting the expanded widget outside from the row. Now let's close this row like this, and inside that column let's give some size box and some height of, let's say 10, and then a comma, and then let's make it constant. Now let's go for putting that description and the tags in here. So outside from this row we will do the post description with that little bit hard-coded text and some style of one size 16 and some vertical space right after the description. Now we got a description here. Also make sure to cross-x alignment will be start to make this in the start. Then we will do right after this, we need some tags. So for now we will put a simple text, and you will say, let's say Flutter Android, and let's say web Flutter dev, and let's say Google, and let's make it style, text style, font size, let's say 12, and color will be blue color that we have for LinkedIn, blue color, and let's make it constant. For now let's keep them like this. Let's make it a little bit more larger, 14, and yes, now it looks great. Later we will map the list of tags that we have in the post entity right here, the tags. So we'll map these and we'll show them in one very different layout widget that you will see when we were retrieving the data from the post entity. For now we are just creating the demo of a single post, and later we will retrieve the data, and from the list view on that index every widget, single postcard widget, will tag the data on that specific index. So for now let's keep this continue in the home page. So we got the tags like this. Now outside from this column, which have some extra spacing here, outside from this container in that our parent column, we will start coding in here. First there will be some size box, and then we will do a size box with the width double infinity to make its size overlap with the screen to make the image like this. Now if we Ctrl S to reload, we will get unable to load asset. That is because we also have to put the assets in here, and then we got that image in here, and I think we have to remove the size from here, and now it's good. So next thing we have to do it in here is to build the reaction place and then the comments and the for reposts. To build this, we are going to do is to right after this we will give some space right, and right after this vertical space we are gonna do a very simple padding widget, horizontal 10, and then here is its stack with the alignment of center left, and then we have 3 position widgets to lie these 3 images of the reactions on top of each other, and for that we have created this single react item widget which is accepting the image and the background color, and that's it. Next we are having a row of 42 comments and 52 reposts. Now when we Ctrl S to reload, we will get that just like this. So if you think we have just hard coded these on top of each other, so how that can be in the real world? When we are creating the real world application, you want to display the reactions like this one. So for that you have to have the images like the like and the heart image, and the like and the insight image, and like and the celebrate, and just like that for all. And then in the post model, there will be a nested likes model, and each like and the like model will have a type. So according to that, it will check the conditions. If the post has gotten the like and its type is a simple thumb like, so this will show a simple thumb. But in case if it got one more like and it is of type heart, so in that case it will show the image like this one, the thumbs, and on top of that we're gonna have the heart. So like that an image will be shown up. But in case if you got one more like and that will be of inside, so we'll get the image something like this, and this will be arranged just like this. We're gonna have a model like that. But this is the backend stuff and can be managed when you go out and search it yourself, and it's not that much hard. So for just the UI stuff, we have built it and hard coded it just like that. And then right after this, we will do to have some size box and a divider and some more space like that. And then we're going to build this area like the like, comment, repost, and send. And then so we will, after this, the size box we will create a row of main axis alignment space around and single action item widget, and icon is the specified icons, and the title is like, comment, repost, and send. And the single action item widget is going to look something like this. It is accepting an icon and a title, and in the column we have an icon, and below this we have a title with some color applied. After this, Ctrl S to hard reload, we got like, comment, repost, and send also. And then we need a divider like this. To do that, we will do right after this row, we will put some size box and then the same divider like this with some more height, let's say 8. So we got this, our single postcard widget. Now we can go and close this like that and cut this, go to the single postcard widget, make a stateful widget in here and name it single postcard widget, and then go for importing the material dart and then paste it in here. Remove that C from here before the column. Now import what is required in here, and then also import the font awesome. Also these cannot be imported, but we have to move these methods to the postcard widget because they are no more needed in the home page. Let's pass it down here and our errors are solved. This time this single postcard is going to accept the final post entity, and that will be post. Let's remove this entity from here and pass it in the constructor that would be required. And then now we will pass the data dynamically. Now this profile image will comes from post.widget.post.user profile, and then the name will come from widget.post.username. And then here again has an error. Let's remove the const from here and make this one constant. And then for the bio, we will remove this hard-coded bio from here. That will be widget.post.bio. User bio, remove this constant from here and put the const for the text style. Next, there will be widget.post.createAt, and also remove the const from here and make these two constants. Next, the description will also comes from the widget post description, remove the const, and also this time this tag will be a little bit different. Let's remove this from here, and there will be a wrap widget, and in the children of the wrap we will do to map the upcoming tags from the post and then access each tag and then display it in the text with that color. Now what that wrap means, it is similar to the row and column widgets, but it differs in that it will automatically wrap its children to the next line if there is no enough space to fit them all on the same line. Like in the row, when we put something at one line horizontally and there is no space, so we will get the render flow exception that there is no space and the text or anything that we are displaying is going off from the screen size. But this is not the case in the wrap. When some widget is going off the screen, so it will break that line and will adjust this in the second line. So that is why for the tags we use this. And now when we Ctrl S to hot reload, nothing will happen because I forgot this was not a time to Ctrl S but to just access the data from the post, and then in the home page we have to display it in here so that we'll be allowed to see it. Anyways, now we are not able to see anything on the screen, but it doesn't matter, it's okay. In the size box we will do to have something, remove this image asset from here, but instead of the asset we will do widget.post image. And then also here I think I forgot something. No, it's good. I thought I forgot the assets putting before the post image or the profile image in that case. And here we are going to do, there will be, that is the widget.post.total reacts, and this is not going to be a constant though. And then here will be widget.post.total comments, and the row is not going to be constant but their text style is going to be constants. So the same will be the case, that will be before this, like this, and here will be total reposts, and this will be constant like that, and everything will remain the same forward. But here is one more thing that we have to consider, is that the image, the case where we have a single image that we are displaying, here can be, we can check the condition if the post images, if the multiple images was empty, so in that case we will use a single image from the post model. Otherwise we will do to put a size box and then a stack, and in this children of the stack we're going to have a page view. Like if there are multiple images, so we will display it in a page view, like the scrollable, that will be scrollable. And in the children of the page we will map these images and access each image in the list and display it in the image asset with the container width of infinity. And here is a color when there is no image, so simple medium gray color will be displayed, but there will be color, the image cannot be null, the image cannot be empty here. And in the stack we have the position widget. The widget here is, that means this white image. Whenever we have multiple images, so on the stack, on each page, on each image, this thing or this icon will also be displayed in here. So that is what this position widget, and that is why we have put this tag on top of the page view. That's it. Now we can go for copying this single postcard widget, go for home page, and then uncomment this out, and we can go paste it in here and import this, and we have passed the data in here. Now it's a better time to how to start the application to see the results of what we have done. Now we can go for sign in, and here we got our image. You can see the images are scrollable with the profile, the description and the bio, and 1 minute ago, and the tags you can see in the wrap. When the space ends in here, the wrap widget directly adjusts is to go to the next line. And the image in here, if there is multiple images, you will be able to scroll. That is because we have put the page view in here, and then we have got our home page like this. Kinda hard, right? So we have successfully created our home page. Now it's time to go for creating the network page. So in the network page, again the same thing. Let's remove this, and let's go for removing this also. So our network page looks something like this. So we have to create the manage my network and annotation, then we go for creating a single network, and then we will display it in the grid view. So let's go and do this. So in the scaffold, we're gonna have a column and some size box of height 10. And after this, a padding widget of manage my network. It's in the row, a text and an icon in here. They're aligned space between in the row. Right after this row, we're gonna have size box and then a divider and some more size box like the vertical space. And then again the same padding with the child row widget, invitation, and then an arrow forward iOS and then some spacing right here. Then again a divider, and now it's time to create the item for the network, and then we'll go for returning it in the grid view. So Ctrl S to auto reload, and we got these manage my network and invitations. So we're gonna have a grid view like this, but for now it will be commented out. So let's start creating the single network user widget. We're gonna have a card of elevation 3. That is because it's a card with some elevation. You can see some shadow in here. And then in the child of that card, we will do a stack widget. That is because we're going to display this profile on top of that background image, so that's why we need this. So inside the stack, we will do to first have a column and then a container with the width double infinity and height 80, and in the child there's an image of from assets background image 1.jpg, and it's in the box in that container, it's covering the whole area. And then some size box of vertical. Then we are gonna have two padding widgets, and that will be some simple text for the username and the bio. And then outside that column, we will do to put align widget, and its alignment will be top center, and its width and height will be 110, and then its background color will be this. And then in the child, a clip right widget to clip that image of profile. So this will be displayed on top of this background color. Now Ctrl S to auto reload. So we got this in here. First we have a card in the stack. We have this in the top center, so it's aligned in the top center of the stack. And then in the stack we have a column widget. So everything that is put in here, like we have this first children of the stack, and the second children will be displayed on top of the first children of the stack. So this is the profile widget, and this is displayed on top of that column. And then we have put the background image in here, and we give the 60 height to display the name and the bio in here. And then right after this, we will do put some vertical space, again a padding, and then a row widget of group icon, size box with the horizontal, and an expanded widget of 11 mutual connections. And then the max line for this is 2 overflows ellipsis, meaning that if it goes off the screen, so it will become ellipsis, and instead of getting an overflow, we will get the 3 dots like that. And its color is linked in medium gray color. That's it. Now when we Ctrl S to auto reload, we will get it just like this. That's it. Now next thing we need is some more size box and a container button widget that is connect. Its margin is horizontally 10, width is infinity, and height is 40, and it's decorated with the borders and with some rounded corners, and its color of the text is blue, and also the border color is blue. This time when we Ctrl S to auto reload, we got this connect button. That's it. Now here it might look something weird because that is a single, and the single item is taking the whole space. So we will cut this from here where it is. So we'll cut this from here, this card, and then you will create a directory widgets, and then inside the widgets we will create single network user widget, and then we will create a stateful widget single network user widget, and then import the material dot, and then paste this, import the necessary libraries inside, and there we go. Now let's copy this, go to the main page, not in the main page, but this will be in the network page. Let's uncomment this out. And one more thing here we have to do is to convert the network page to a stateful widget, and then here access the network data from the network entity, and then here let's go for importing the single network widget, and this single network is going to accept the network entity, not the exception but the network entity, and then pass it in the constructor, and now we will access the data dynamically. So this background is going to be widget.network.bg user background color, and then for the username the same thing will be happening, widget.network.username, and the same will be for bio. Let's remove the const from here also for this one and put the const for the padding. So we will do in here for the text widget.network.user bio, and then next here we need is widget.network.total mutual connections, and then also remove this padding constant and put the padding for only the child widgets. Also here for the connect and for the profile we will do widget.network.user profile image. That's it. Now we can go to the single network page and everything will be solved. We put the shrink wrap in here so that we have to wrap our widget with the single child scroll view, not the expanded. That is because we also want to make the whole area scrollable, so when you scroll, so the manage my network and invitation will also be not displayed when you scroll down. If we set the shrink wrap property of list view or grid view to true, so they will take up only the space their needs according to the children in their list. Otherwise, the default behavior of list view or grid view within a column is to expand to fill the entire height of the column. That's why we face the render flex exception when we directly add list view or grid view in the column without expanding it or setting its shrink wrap property to true. However, if you set the shrink wrap property of list view or grid view to true and do not wrap the column with a single child scroll view, the list view or grid view will not be scrollable. This is because the list view or grid view will only take up the space they needs, and if the space is not enough, the user will not be able to scroll to see the rest of the content. To make the list view or grid view scrollable, even if it has shrink wrap property of true, you can wrap the column with a single child scroll view as we did. This will allow the column to scroll even if it does not have a specific height. And that's what we wanted. We want to make the whole area scrollable. So that was all about the shrink wrap. We set the shrink wrap to true to give us that grid and make the whole screen scrollable by wrapping our column with a single child scroll view. But if we remove the single child scroll view and wrap the grid view builder with the expanded widgets, so these manage my network annotation will not be scrollable at all, but will be stuck at the top like a sticky headers. So we don't want them to be like that, so we set the shrink wrap to true and make the whole area scrollable. We have achieved what we want. Now when you Ctrl S to hot reload, you can see we got what we expected in here. I already have set the cross axis count to true so that two network items will be displayed in here, and the main axis spacing and cross axis spacing, the horizontal and vertical spacing between the items like this, and then the aspect ratio of 0.6 to give the aspect ratio to each item in the network. So that was it for building the network page. Now we can go for creating the notification page, and then in the part 2 we will look for the other pages. So to build the notification page, again we will go for this and then remove the const and remove this from here. It is going to be really simple notification page. There will be nothing really fancy like the network page and the home page. So first of all, again we will start from the column, and then inside the column we will give some size box from top, and then to build the notification page we have this. Okay, we got this. we have to build this all my posts and mentions. This is only UI, but this will allow us to interact between them, but nothing will change, only the interaction will happen, and then a simple list view like this. So to build this all my posts and mentions, here in the right after the size box, we will do a padding of horizontal 10 and its child row single category item, which has some dynamic properties. For the set stat, first of all, we will make this notification page a stateful widget, and for this selected category index, we have to create an integer selected category equal to 0. And then to create the single category item, we will go at the bottom, and this is going to accept the title color for the text color and another color for the BG color, and a void callback when it is tab, and double for the border. And then this is going to return a gesture detector, and all the properties will pass directly in here. So we have got it like this. Let's make these constants the size box, and then there is 9 errors. When you click this, these are about the color, so let's import the styles.dart from our themes, and there we go. Now when we Ctrl S to reload, we got them like this. Now we have to do is to build the notification single item. So in the right after this row, we will do to put some size box and some divider of height 8 of the LinkedIn light gray color, and a list view builder, and a horizontal and vertical padding inside the list view, and then also the shrink wrap to true. That is because we also want to make the whole area scrollable, so we made this scrollable, so we made this shrink wrap to true, and then we will wrap our column with the widget single child scroll view. So we can make the whole area scrollable by setting the shrink wrap to true and wrapping our column with the single child scroll view. But if you remove the single child scroll view, the whole area will not be scrollable, and then you have to put the expanded in here and remove the shrink wrap from here. You can do two things with the list view. By default, if you do not want to make the full area scrollable, so inside the column you have to wrap your list view with the expanded widget to give it all the available space in the screen, and only that space will be preserved by the other widgets that are on top of that list view. And you can also do one more thing with the list view by just wrap the list view with the container and give it some height, so that list view will be displayed on that specific height that you just give it. And if you want to make the full area scrollable with having a list view, and you don't want to make the list view to be expanded, then you have to tell the list view to just rebuild all of its children, no matter if they are displayed on the screen or not. And this can become possible by setting this shrink wrap to true, and then to make the whole area scrollable, wrap your column with a single child scroll view, and there we go, we have achieved what we want. And now let's go for creating a single notification widget. So our single notification widget is going to look something like this. This was not a so much long widget, and I have not created any dynamic data for it because this is just a showcase and it's really simple page to create. So I just create a simple method for this. But if you're dealing with the dynamic data and you have the different names and different body of the notification, so that you have to create a separate widget for this and then pass the data dynamically from your data that is coming from the database. So that I have created it just like this, a container with the width double infinity, height 80, and some margin and a row to align them horizontally, and then inside the row we have one more row for this stuff, and then one column at the end having the one edge and the menu icon. So first in the row we have some size box and the user profile, and then we have the username, and then commented on your post, checkout, or whatever the body of the comment, and then after this we have the column, and they're aligned in the row main axis alignment of space between, meaning that both of the children will be aligned, one at the leftmost and one at the rightmost. Now when we Ctrl S to hot reload, so we got it just like this. You can see the whole area is scrollable That is because all the items of the list view is directly built, but in case of wrapping it with the expanded widget, so this will not be possible to make whole area scrollable, because this list view is going to take only the space that is required, and only that area will become scrollable and other area will become stuck at their specific place. So we make the whole area scrollable like this. That is because, again, all the items are directly built when the list view was built using this shrink wrap to true with that list view builder. And the same was the case in the network here. In the home page, now if you see, when we scroll between the pages, we also having scrolling this border with us, but this is not what we want. So what we can do it in here in the home page is we can control the scroll of the list view. We can put the controller and the, let's say, the controller in here. Let's create a scroll controller in here and name it controller, make it equal to the scroll controller, and that's it. Now in the init stat, what we will do is we will check if the scroll controller dot position dot pixel was greater than 3, let's say. It means we have reached to some extent of the scroll, let's say higher than 3. So we will set the stat and we will create one variable of boolean is show equal to by default true, and let's set stat to false, and otherwise we'll set the stat to make it again true. And then here we can check the condition on this. If is show was true, show this, otherwise show a container. So what it means, here we are controlling the scroll of the list view. We're saying if the scroll view was scrolled and its position pixel becomes greater than the 3 pixel, it means we have scrolled to some extent in the list view. So set this is show to false, otherwise if it was less than 3, make it true, and by default it's true. Now when we set this, save this, and when we scroll this, nothing is happening. That's because we have to hard restart the application. So all that means when we scroll to some extent, so just not show this border or that divider in here. But if we are on top, like the pixel of the scroll was not scrolled at 3 extent and is less than 3, so we will display this border or this divider. So we can go for sign in, and again for sign in, and it's saying the scroll controller failed and position is not empty. The scroll controller is not attached to any scroll views. That is because we have to remove this from here. We have to do the scroll controller dot add listener. Inside that listener we have to do this stuff. Now how to start the application, and I hope this time this is going to work. Now let's go to the sign in, and there is not an error. When we scroll to some extent, this border disappear, and we come up again here, this appears again. So that is what we wanted, you can see in here. So that was all for the first part. In the second part, we will go for designing the other pages and the remaining dialog stuff. So that's it. If you have any question, ask me in the comment section, and I will see you in the next part of building the LinkedIn clone UI. Welcome to the part 2 of building LinkedIn clone mobile UI. So let's get started where we left off. So first of all, we are going to design the post page. For now, it looks something like this. Nothing in here, just a create page text inside. So we want to achieve the behavior something like this. When we come to the post page, we want to appear 2 bottom model sheets, one with the field and user identity and an app bar created in here, and one more bottom model sheet with that data, add up to tag, video, use template, and all of that stuff. So how this can become possible? And in here, further we can do something like this. We can interact with this, we can move it down like this, and here when we type something and this post turns into blue when this text area is not empty. When there is some text, this turns into blue. So how this can be achieved in our create page? So like always, remove the center from here and also the body from here, because we are not going to deal with the scaffold this time, and the scaffold will remain just like this. Now let's convert this stateless to stateful widget. Now we want, when we come to the post page, we want to appear two bottom model sheets, one with the field and other with the data like this. When we click the menu button in here, it appears like this. Here, the menu like this. So we want to appear both of them when we come to the create page. So how this can be possible? So let's try it out in here in the init stat first. When the init stat is called, so we want to open first bottom model sheet. So this is going to be a method. Let's implement this, and this is going to have the show model bottom sheet, and this is going to accept the context and the builder. So we will pass some other properties like is scroll control to true, is enable drag false. This first bottom model sheet will not be allowed to dismiss on drag, and will not be dismissible. And the context is the context, and this is scroll control means it can take the complete area and can be scrollable. But if we remove this will only take the default space, which is the 60% size of the screen. So we will set this scroll control to true, because this is going to take the full area of the screen like that. Now in the builder, we will pass the context, and for now this is going to return a simple container and nothing else for now. Put the semicolon in here. Now let's go to the network page and hot reload this, and let's back to the post page, and we got this long stack error. So what that means? It simply means that we cannot open any bottom model sheet before the build method has been called, because this init stat is called after the stat has been created. It is used to initialize some controllers and other stat variables, but it cannot do anything with the UI stuff, because when something is not rendered, this init stat is called before the build method. So we cannot call something to the UI before the build method has been called. So to overcome this is not a good practice to call this in the init stat, because init stat is not for these tasks. We will cut this from here, and in the build method we will use from the widgets binding instance add post frame callback method, and inside this we will call this method. So now what that add post frame callback method means? We are using the add post frame callback method in here. That is because this method is the method which calls after the build method. The add post frame callback method is used to schedule a callback to be executed after the current frame has been rendered, and the build method is responsible for rendering that current frame. So after that current frame has been rendered, so then we are free to use to open any bottom model sheet or any dialog box that we want. So now that the build method has rendered the current frame, so now we will be able to call this open first bottom model sheet. Now by doing this, let's back to the network page and hot reload. This time if we come to the post page, you can see a bottom model sheet appears which covers all the area by setting this is scroll control to true. But let's also try it out by setting it to false. Ctrl S to hot reload, and this covers the 60% area of the screen by default. But let's make it true, because we want this one to cover all the area. So after this, let's start designing this first bottom model sheet. So this looks something like this. We have an app bar with these options to cancel it, to post, and also the user profile with that name, and to share that post with anyone. But this is just a UI. This is not doing any work with the backend stuff. And here we have a text field. So let's go and create this UI. So we will wrap our container with a column, and inside this, the container is going to contain these properties, some padding, and the width and height, and in the decoration we set its color and we give it some box shadow. That is because we are going to design our app bar first. So our app bar has some shadow like this, so we set a shadow to this from x-axis 0 and from y-axis 2. We set its color to light gray and blur radius and spread radius. Next, in the child of that container, we are going to have a padding which is wrapping a row. The row is because we are going to have this in a row. We have the close button, the share post text, and also this post text for posting or uploading that post. So we set its cross-axis alignment to end. The cross-axis alignment of the row is vertical and its main axis alignment is space between. So the first child of that row is again a row because we want these two close icon and the share post to be aligned together and the one at the rightmost. So we put the row and we put some size box between them to align them a little bit closer to each other, and the one this post text to be aligned at the end, so we directly put it outside that row. That is the first child of the row and that is the second one, and we set the main axis alignment to space between, so this post text will be moved to the rightmost of the screen. Now when we Ctrl S to hot reload, so we got our share post and that post, and we can close it from here. But if you have noticed, when we do Ctrl and S, it seems to be a new bottom model sheet has been appeared. Like, let's make some changes. Let's say we give some space in here, we can do Ctrl and S. You can see one more bottom model sheet appears in here. Let's put in that close, let's say navigator.pop context, so that we will see how many bottom model sheets are there appeared till now. Now when we Ctrl S, one more appeared. Now when we go back, you can see how many bottom model sheet has been appeared. And the last one is not cancelable. That can be because of some reasons. Now let's hot restart the app and see what is going on in here. Let's go for sign in and sign in again. Now if you go to the post page, the first one appears, and let's hot reload by making some changes in the code. Let's put one more T in here and Ctrl S to hot reload, so one more bottom model sheet appear. Let's put one more T and again Ctrl S to hot reload, and one more appears. That is because in the build method here, we are calling the open first bottom model sheet every time the build method is called. So that is why the first bottom model sheet is appearing every time the build method is called. So to prevent this, here we will create one more variable that will be of type boolean is show bottom model sheet equal to false. And when the build method is called, we will check the condition if it was equal to false. So only in that case we will call the widgets binding add post frame callback and open the bottom model sheet, and then you will set the stat and is show bottom model sheet will become equal to true. Now the subsequent call to the build methods will not open the bottom model sheet again and again. By doing this, when we make some changes in here, we have to close this bottom model sheet and come again to see the new changes in here. Now let's close all of these bottom model sheets and we are on our post page. Let's go back to the network page and let's go for hot reloading and go to the post page. Now only one time it appears. Now if you make some changes in here, let's say remove this double T from here and Ctrl S to hot reload, this will not appear the bottom model sheet, but this time we have to close the bottom model sheet and go to the network page and come again to the post page, so the changes will reflect like this. The reason behind this is when you make some changes in our bottom model sheet and we are calling that bottom model sheet in the build method after the current frame is rendered. So every time you make changes and Ctrl S, so this Ctrl S hot reload calls the build method and the new bottom model sheet appears with the new changes. But this time if you are not calling the bottom model sheet again and again, so the changes are not reflecting in real time, but for that we have to close and reopen the bottom model sheet to see the new changes. This time we have to design the profile of the user and then the username. Here is a switch button so that we can switch between the users. It is not going to switch between the user, that's just a UI, but yes, you can implement it in your app if this is a production app and this is not. We just have to store the user information in the cache and then switch between the user. And then we want to allow to see our post by anyone and all of that stuff offered by the LinkedIn. So as this is just a UI, so let's build it. The profile and these two action buttons. So outside from that container, from that app bar, we are gonna do a column with the margin from 20 horizontally, and its child is going to be a column. And then in the children of the column, we are going to have a row of children, and the size box with the width and height 60, and its child is clip right to clip that image with the border radius of 30, and that's the profile 1 image, and with some horizontal spacing in front of this. Now if we Ctrl S to hot reload, go back and come again to the post page, we got this user like this. What if we give it some space from the top, size box height, let's say 20, that's it. Now make it constant, and next thing we have to do is to put that two action buttons or interaction drop downs in here. So for that we will do, in that row we are going to have a column of man axis alignment at the end and the cross axis alignment at the start. The man axis alignment of the column is vertical and the cross axis alignment of the column is horizontal. So we set the man to end and the cross to start. To adjust these switch buttons, or we can also set the interaction buttons. So after that we have to implement the switch widget. Here this is going to return a simple container with the height of 30 and some padding inside that box with some decoration with the rounded corners and in the color of that borders, and inside it is returning a row. That's because we want an icon, some text, and one more icons, so obviously it's aligned in the row. So inside that we want a row, an icon, some size box, some text, and then some size box again, and again some icon. And this is accepting the title, prefix icon, and the suffix icon, and the error has been fixed in here. First we have passed the Doug Stevenson and the prefix suffix icons, and for the anyone to share with anyone, this is also an icon of prefix and suffix, and this can also be interactable if we do make them in the production app, but this is just a UI, so let's keep it like that. Ctrl S to hot reload and go back, and let's come to the post page again, and we got it just like that. Next thing we have to do is to create this area, and then we will go for building that bottom model sheet second. So after that column and outside from that row again, we will do to give some size box of vertically 20 and the text form field with the font size of 22, and the max line is 15. In the decoration we put the input decoration, what do you want to talk about, and the border is none, and the max line is 15. That's it. Now if we Ctrl S, hot reload, go back and come again in here, we got this what you want to talk about. We can type in here, our text size is 22. Now one more thing that we are going to build is when this second bottom model sheet disappears, here we have one more thing that is here, this camera and these icons at the bottom. So to create them at the bottom, we have to make this container where we have all this data to be expanded. We will wrap it in the widget, make it expanded, so that it will take all the available space, and the other widgets that comes after this will be aligned at the bottom because all of the area is consumed by this expanded widget in the column vertically. So after this we will do, it's obvious we are going to have a container with some horizontal spacing and a row with all of that icons with some spacing between them. Like we have the first icon with the camera alt and the size box and other icons, and here finally we have one more row children in that existing row, that is the message outline and the text anyone. That is because this message and text anyone is aligned at the rightmost, so we created a row, and inside that row we have two row childrens, and inside them we have the icons aligned at their different positions. And after that we have also put some vertical spacing in that column to make them a little bit up from the very bottom. After this, Ctrl S to hot reload and go back and come to the post page again, and we got it like this. But for now we have only one bottom model sheet. Let's make this another one also, and this will be also open when you click these three dots of menu icon. So our create sub bottom model sheet is going to be something like this: a simple show bottom model sheet with the rounded corners by setting this shape to rounded rectangular border and setting its border radius to 20, and its barrier color is transparent, meaning that when it's appear, the content showing behind this is transparent, so you'll be allowed to see this data also when the sub bottom model sheet is appear. But if we set this color to some other color, we will not be able to see the other data behind the first bottom model sheet appears. So here we pass our context, and in the builder we have again the container with some shadow, and then we have some padding to give it some padding from horizontally and vertically, and then we have a single child scroll view so that the items here when this bottom model sheet was appear to make them scrollable. So first of all, here we have in the center a container with 80 width and 60 height, a simple divider that is this divider in here, and then we have the create sub post navigation item. So this is going to be a method which is going to accept a title and icon data, and their specified images are here. So let's create this sub post navigation item in here. This is going to accept the icon data and the title, and is going to return a row widget which is the icon and their specified text. So after this, when we Ctrl S to hot reload, nothing will happen just because we have to call this method somewhere. So first we will call this method on this three dots menu icon which is located in here. Let's wrap this icon with the widget of gesture detector, and then in the on tab we will simply open this sub bottom model sheet. Also remove the constant from this row. Now we have to make all these icons constant because this will be constant and will not rebuild on every hot reload, which is consequently improving the performance of the app to make the widgets that are not changing, making them const. As simple as that. So now we will be allowed when we click this to see that sub bottom model sheet also, but we also want to open this when we just come to this page. So we'll copy that and go to at the top and call it right after this first bottom model sheet. Now let's close this and go back to the network page, and let's hot reload this, and let's go for opening this post. You can see we got the both open, and now you can add the interaction in here, like to add Putu, so you can take this also to your production app. So that was it, but one more thing here is remaining. That is when we type something in here, by default the post color will be gray, and when we write something this color returns into blue. So for that we have to create first of all the final text editing controller to control the text, and will be the post body controller will be equal to text editing controller, and this will also be called before the build in the dispose method. So when the method is disport, also disposes controller in order to avoid the memory leaks. So this post body controller will be passed in that form field of the post body, where we have here will be controller and this post body controller. Now we will check the condition in here. That would be for the app bar in here we have this post text. So on that color we will check the condition if the post body controller dot text dot is empty. If it was empty, so what we're gonna do is to set its color to LinkedIn light gray color with that color code, and also remove the const from here. So that's it. Now if we hot reload and go back, come inside the post again, by default it's like this. But if we write something in here, the post is not turning to blue. That is because, let me tell you, we have this post body controller in the stat, and here when we create the bottom model sheet, this has its own context, and the build context is different from this context. So it means we have one context or one page already created by the build method, but when we call the bottom model sheet, now this time we have the very different context with that bottom model sheet. So that is because it's not working. So to make it work, we will wrap the body of the first bottom model sheet with a widget called a stateful builder. So we will wrap with this with a builder to just make the shape of that builder, and then we will convert this to stateful builder, and this accept the build context, and the next parameter this accept is the void function, and then inside the function again accept the void function, and its name is going to be setStat. So that is what is a type of a setStat, a function inside a function, which is mean an high order function. So this is our setStat, which will be used inside that bottom model sheet, and which is a local stat we are providing to our bottom model sheet. After having this in the text form field, here we have in the body we have this. We are gonna do in the onTap method, we will do post body controller dot add listener, and every time when we tap the bottom model sheet, we will listen to the post body controller and will set the stat using our local stat that we have just created with our stateful builder. Now let's hot reload and let's go back and go to the network, come back again. Now this time if you write something in here, the post turns to blue when you write something, and when everything is removed, it is turned back to the gray. So that was our create post page, which was containing a little bit complex things like having two bottom model sheet appear at the same time and controlling the bottom model sheet with that boolean field using the add post from callback, and dealing with all that stuff in here using the stateful builder, and also listening stuff in that text field. So that was kinda complex page, but as you go forward with that course, you will learn so many things like this. And now the remaining things in here are the creating this page. Here we are gonna have the profile and the name, and then a divider, and then the groups, and lastly here the settings. That's really simple. Just put the user profile, name, and a divider, and then in all that stuff will be aligned in the column. So you can build a drawer just like this. You can go to your home page, not the home page but the main page. This is kind of confusing. Let's make inside the main page a main page directory, and let's move this main page and its widgets to that main page and refactor it and click it OK. Now there might be some errors. Let's say remove this and go import the app bar again with some other path. So now our main page is separated in here. So now in the main page you can create your own drawer. That is because a drawer accepts a widget no matter it's a drawer or any other widget. So you can create your own widget in here. Let's say you can put a container also, and inside that you can create a column, and in the column you can put some text, and let's say hello drawer, Ctrl S to hot reload. Now open this up, you can see we got the hello drawer with no color and the area is shaded. So you also have to provide the color to your container. Let's say white color, Ctrl S to hot reload. We got the drawer like this, which is taking only the space that is its shell is taking. So you can increase its width to let's say 200 and it will become like this. So you can create your own drawer like this, which is a very simple task. So creating this will be the task for you in that LinkedIn mobile UI, because we have created almost complex things, which is including the home page, creating that stuff, and also the post 1, 2, and 3, 4 pages. But the only thing you have to do is to create this bottom model sheet, when it's clicked, you can copy the bottom model sheet from the post, and when it opens, simply put that navigation items in here and you're good to go. And this is also really simple to create a simple column with the data. And lastly, this jobs page. This jobs page is also very simple. So here let's go to the jobs page. It looks something like this in here. So here in the job post page, this area is completely scrollable. So what you have to do is to put a single child scroll view, and inside you can put, for that recommended for you, you can use a simple column with these 3 jobs recommended, or you can also use a list view builder with the fixed item count 3. And then, so after this, you can scroll in this post page, job post page, and then you have more jobs for you in here. So this can also be created with the list view builder with the fixed count. And if we talk about the background of this app, so having this recommendation here, this is the partially embedded model. We are only seeing some of the recommended job posts in here, and when you click this show all, so this will show us all the jobs recommended for us. So you can read more about the partial embedded model patterns. I will give the book link in the video description, which includes 8 database model patterns from where you can learn more about the models of the data. So as for the UI, this full area is scrollable, so you have to create the my jobs and post a job in here, and then simple list view in here with the fixed 3 item counts, and the same for the other one, the all jobs for you. And you can see we have the search jobs in here and this 3 dots menu icon, but in our case we don't have it like this, we have just the search. So to create this, you have to go to the main page, and then here you can check the condition in that app bar. You can say if the current page index was equal to 4, so you can return the same app bar widget with the search jobs, and you can set this as job to true. So by doing this, when you Ctrl S and go to the jobs page again, you have got the search jobs and that icon in here, and that was it. So what you have to do is to create this bottom model sheet when you click this and this drawer and this jobs page, and that will be the task for you to complete and also submit it in the comment section, and I'll be really happy to see your feedbacks and reply you in the comment section. So that's it for creating the LinkedIn mobile UI. If you're stuck somewhere, the code will always be in the GitHub, so if you're stuck somewhere, you can come in here and check what mistake you're making while completing this task. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions, ask me in the comment section and also submit the code in the comment section. That's it for this episode, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome to the part 1 of building LinkedIn web UI. So in this part 1, we are going to build the LinkedIn web UI, and in the part 2, we will go for making that UI responsive. So before going for writing the code and start building the LinkedIn web UI, let's go for seeing the demo of the LinkedIn web UI. So the LinkedIn web looks something like this in Flutter. This is the navigation bar, which is built same as the real LinkedIn web, and these are the components of the home screen: the profile and the create, and also add to your feed, see who is hiring, and also the posts in here, and also the recent and your page analytics. And also I have left building the network, jobs and messaging, also the notifications and all of the other pages, but instead I only built the home page. And this is not it. This is not just a UI. I also make it responsive, and I left building the network, jobs, messaging and the notification pages, and that is because the video can become so longer when we start creating all of the pages of the LinkedIn web. So I only build the home page and also make it responsive. So after designing this UI in the web and also make it responsive, this will become more easy for you to how to make responsive the other pages and also to create them. So let's see how this LinkedIn home page is responsive. So when I resize the window of this web, let's go for resizing. when I reduce the window, and slowly you can see the center post area shrinks a little bit, and then we go for the further resizing and it goes on. Everything is responsive and adjusting itself in the area that is currently given to it, and then we resize back it to the large, so it will become just like this. Our navigation bar has so many adaptation. You can see when I resize, first of all, it's not movable. You can see it in here. But when some extent is reached and this LinkedIn logo is reached to the rightmost, so this right row of the home network jobs will start moving. Let's see how. When this LinkedIn logo is reached to the leftmost, so you can see this area now start moving. And then when this is reached to the search bar, so you can see the search field is converted into just an icon of search. And then when this area is finished, so the right area is disappeared from here, and then it becomes like this. Now when I go for further resizing and to see more adaptation and responsiveness of the navigation bar, when this area is reached, you can see the labels and the borders are removed from the navigation bar. And then for this center home area, when I further resize this, it becomes the small tablet UI and responsive like this. And when you go for the further resizing, the navigation bar lost its more spaces and become more close to each other. And then when I go for more resizing, and lastly, the last adaptation of the navigation bar will be to convert these two icons to a menu icon. And that is how we got our mobile LinkedIn in the Flutter web. So we'll build this UI of the home and also will make it responsive, so it will become more easy for you to create the network, jobs, messaging and notification page, and also to make it responsive in Flutter web. So initially in our project we have nothing but a simple my app which is returning material app, and in the home we are returning a scaffold, and in the data we have the same data of the posts that we had in the LinkedIn mobile UI, and also the same theme styles in here. It is again saying for converting it to constants, so let's do it. After that, let's go to the main.dart, and this material app is going to return the main landing page, and that will be the page which will be returned at first, and then from that page we will switch between the home, network, jobs, notification pages, and also there will be one navigation bar. So let's go for creating it. In the pages we will create a directory main, and inside this main we will create the main landing page, and then inside this main landing page we will create a stateful widget, and this is going to return a scaffold with the background color of LinkedIn light gray background and that color code. And then in the body of the scaffold we are going to have a column, and in the children of the column we are going to have a sticky header. That is because we are going to make our navigation bar sticky at the top, and then in the content of the sticky header we are going to have the switch pages according to navbar index method, and on the selected index in the navigation bar we will switch between the pages. And here in the header, if you notice, we have the navbar widget which has the on navbar click listener. And this is simple, a method which returns the index of type int, and when this is clicked we are setting the state the current selected index to that index, and then on that selected index we return that specific page. So you are going to learn how a widget can accept a function of parameter int, and then when in that specific widget any gesture detector or inkwell is clicked, we took the index from there and then send it to the other page, and here we set stat and set our index to that index that is returned from this navigation bar widget, and then according to that we change the page in this main landing page. So as we have the scroll controller, so also we have to wrap our column with the widget of single child scroll view. Now let's go for creating the scroll controller and the current nav index. So we got them in here. Now also pass the scroll controller to the single child scroll view. And then let's go for creating the switch pages according to navbar index, and then we will go for navbar widget. So the method of switch pages according to navbar index, which accepts the end index, will look something like this. It is switching on that index that we passed our current selected index, and on that specific index it will return our page. On the 0 index we are returning our home page, and in the case 1, 2, 3, 4 we are returning my network, jobs, messaging, and the notifications. And yes, you can build the pages for this later if you want. Now let's go for creating a basic home page, and then we will go for creating the navigation bar widget. So in the pages, let's create one more directory and let's name it nav pages. And inside this nav pages, create one more directory, name it home. And inside this home, let's create a Dart file, name it home page. Inside this home page, for now let's create a stateless widget home page, and let's go for importing the material Dart, and then there will be a scaffold as we always do. In the body, center, child, some text of for now home, and later we will modify this. In the main.dart, let's go for importing the main landing page. And then in the main landing page, now we have to create the navbar widget. So let's go for, we have the widgets in here, let's create the navbar widget. And then this is going to be a stateful widget navbar widget, and let's go for importing the material Dart again. So here this is going to return a container of height 55, and we decorate it a little bit, we give it color and we give it some box shadow of blur radius of 0.15 and spread radius of 0.1 and offset of 0 and 0 for, as this is a navigation bar, and we set its color of box shadow to LinkedIn light gray color. Then let's go for main loading page, and let's go for importing the navigation bar widget. I think its name is incorrect. Let's make it, copy it from here and paste it in here, and let's go for importing it. That's it. Now this accepts on navbar item click listener, so also let's pass it in here. This will be a final, and copy the name from here and paste it in here on navbar item click listener, and then put semicolon. Its type is going to be function int, and that's it. Now this will also be nullable, and pass it in the parameters. Then in here we got our error fixed, and also go for importing this home page in here, make it const. That's it. Now in the navbar widget, we just create the structure, we give it background and some height. Now let's go for running the app in the web. You can also directly run this from the Chrome and run it from here, but while development with the web, and you run your web from here. Anytime you switch between the pages and you make little changes, so this will rebuild the web without any reason, and this is kind of frustrating every time rebuilding the web app on some little changes. Like when you make some little changes, and let's say you come to some other page for seeing the UI, and then you come back, the web will rebuild like this. So in order to overcome this, we will run this from here in the terminal, and the command for running the web from the terminal is flutter run -d, and then Chrome the browser, and then --web renderer, and then HTML. There is also CanvasKit, which has its own functionality. Now after this, hit return or enter in the Windows, and it will say launching libmain.dart on Chrome in debug mode, and it's waiting for the connection. So let's wait a little bit, and this will run our web on the Chrome browser. So when this runs, it looks something like this. This is our navigation bar with a little bit of elevation, that the shadow we applied, and this is the background color for our LinkedIn clone web. Now let's go for designing the navigation bar. So in the child of the container, we are going to have a row of children, and inside this row we will call two methods and some spacing between these two methods. The first one is build left row and the second one is build right row. Now let's go for creating the build left row. So copy its name, paste it in here, and let's go for implementing it. So this is going to return a container with the margin vertical 5, and then its children is going to be again the row. That is because we are going to build this LinkedIn logo and then its search bar, so they are aligned in the row, so we have to put the row again. So inside this row we will do a padding widget which is wrapping the image asset of app logo, and then some size blocks. And let's go for creating the assets directory in here, and then let's have our images that we had in the LinkedIn mobile. So we got these images in here, and you can take these images from my GitHub repository, and then close this now, and this will be generated directly in here. Now let's go to the navbar widget, and then let's go for the further designing. After this we will do create a container with the width and height of that 280 and height 40, some decoration of color and border radius for rounded corners, and its shell is going to be a text form field, and then input decoration we put the hint text to search and the prefix icon with the border none. That's it. Now let's go for designing the build right row. But for now let's comment this out and let's go to the terminal, and here let's click the R to restart this, and then let's minimize this for now, and then we got the unable to load assets in here, and we got the search. That is because we also have to go to the pubspec YAML and pubget, and then let's go for reloading, and still it's not loaded. So let's close this and rerun this. So after rerunning the web, we got the image in here. Now let's back to the Android Studio, and we got this long stack of error. That is because let's see what's happening in here. Lastly, this is going to be here. Yes, we got the links, which area is causing that error. That is our home page, and we are putting the scaffold in here. That might be a problem. That is because in the main landing page we have one scaffold. So now in the home page, let's remove the scaffold and let's try it out if this is actually the problem. Paste it in here, put the semicolon and make it constant. Now let's press R, and when it restarts, this time there is no stack, so that was a problem. Now we got the home in here, and previously this was not here, and instead of this there were a long stack of exception. Now we got the LinkedIn logo and the search in here, and then let's resize it to give it some spacing of the web, and then let's go for building the right row of the navigation bar. Let's uncomment this out, copy this, and right after this let's open the body of this. This is going to return again the row. That is because in the demo, let's open this up, we have these items also aligned in the row, so we also need the row again in this case. So here inside the row we will have the navbar item widgets in here. This navbar item widget is accepting a title, the icon, and the home icon is coming from the cappuccino. Let's import this, and its index is 0. Its color is decided according to the index. If the current selected navbar index was 0, its color will be black, otherwise LinkedIn medium gray color. And when this is tapped, this will change the current selected index to 0 and will also pass that index to that navbar item click listener, so that we can access it in our main landing page and accordingly decide which page to display on that index changes. Now in the navbar widget, now we have to create first of all these current selected index in here in this stat. This will be of type int, initially will be set it to 0, and then this time we have to create the navbar item widget. So inside this widgets we will create one more dot file, navbar item widget, and then inside this will again be a stateless widget, navbar item widget, and then this will be, its p will be capital. That's it. Now here let's import the material dart, and then let's go for implementing this. So first of all, this is going to accept some fields that would be the title, icon, color, and the on tab, the bottom border color, and the border width, that is the bottom border width, and then index. Let's pass them in the constructor, and in the build method this is going to return this inkwell, and we also have converted our stateless widget to stateful widget. That is because for each navigation bar item we also have the hover effect. So by default it's false, and when this hover is hovered, and when this item is hovered, we will set this value to this hover, so it will make it true and will be hovered, and accordingly we are deciding the icon and the text color. So here the on tab is the on tab that will be implemented when this navigation bar item widget is called, and the child of the column we have the expanded widget. That is because we want to move the border at the bottom, so all the available space will be taken by the first icon and the title coming from when this is implemented or called in navigation bar widget. So this area will take all the available space, and the border will be at the bottom. Its height is 2, and its border width will be decided when this is called, and its color will also be decided in there. And then there is a container with the margin of top 10, and then a column which have in children an icon, and the icon will be selected when this is called. When the is/hover was true, its color will be black, otherwise its color will be the color that is decided in the navbar item widget when called. And the size box of for height, meaning vertically, and the title will also be decided in there. And when the is/hover was true, its color will be changed to the black, otherwise the color that is decided when it's called. Now let's go to the navbar widget, and let's import this. Again, the naming mistake. Let's go to the navbar item widget and copy it and paste it in here. Now let's import this, and we got the home icon in here, and other icons will also be the same except the two that are the icons of these tools and post a job. That is because they also contain this icon at their bottom, and also they're a little bit smaller than these other icons, so that's because for that we will create another widget. So now as we have created the navbar item widget, let's go for restarting this and see the results of it. So we got our home in here, which is selected like this. Now let's go for creating the others. Let's copy this and paste it right here, and also giving the size box of width 10, we paste the navbar item widget with the title network, the icon from the font awesome icons, and when the index was equal to 1, its color will be black, otherwise medium, the same functionality as we have for the first one. Now let's go for creating the others. So the other items are also created, the navbar item the same widget, only the jobs and the icon is different, and the index is different when it's clicked, and is also sending the index to the main landing page so that we can decide which page to display. The same for messaging, notifications, and also post a job. And right after this we are going to have some, let's say, profile nav bar items. There will be displayed the profile navbar items. So for now let's go for restarting it to see its result, and we got these icons in here. You can see we can switch between them, as we have also put the functionality in the landing page to display the pages accordingly. Now we have to design one more widget, that would be the profile navbar item widget, and then this will be a stateless widget of profile navbar item. And then let's go for importing the material dart, and this is going to accept the title, the icon, and the on tab, and also its profile. That is because as we have only two items, so we are distinguishing the profile and the other one by just setting this boolean and checking if its profile shows some different results, and if it was not, show some different, like this, like the tools and its profile. So we are using the boolean to distinguish between these two, tools and profile. So we will do, this is going to return in the body, not the body but the build method. Anyways, this is going to return the inkwell again, and we also have converted the stateless widget to stateful widget for this hover effect as we had in the navbar item widget, and then the on tab will be implemented there where it's called, and the column, and it has in the children an expanded widget, and in the child we have the container from top 9 margin, and in that expanded container we have the column of first children. When the profile was true, we will show a size box of width and height 22, that will be our profile. Otherwise we will display a grid. So this profile is distinguishing what to show. When the profile was true, we will display the profile image, otherwise the grid with the size of 22, and if it was hover was true, we will change the color of the icon to black, otherwise the medium. And then the row, this will be the same. Here we are returning the text with the widget title and also the hover effect, and also the same hover effect for this icon. And we are also checking this condition that will be checked later on. I will show you this, how this is going to work, so you will get to know about this when you go for the responsive design. So for now, the profile navbar will be something like this. Now let's go to navbar widget, and here let's call the profile navbars with the specific fields. So we got them in here. Profile navbar item, the first with the title of me, is profile is true. That is because it's profile. This is going to display the image, and the arrow down same, and the on tab is nothing for now. And some size box of 20, and the divider of width 1 and height infinity. That is because it's vertical divider, and this color will be medium gray with opacity 0.2, and some 20 size box again, and then the tools same, and this time the is profile is false, the same arrow icon, and we got these two things, that is here the tools and our profile. Now let's go for saving it from the terminal. Press R, and we got these me and the tools in here. Now we have to move them into center. So for that we have to do is, in here we have the row at the parent, so we will set the main axis alignment to the center, and then also restart this. So we got it just like this. Now it's time to go for implementing the home page. So inside the home page we are going to do, this home page is going to be really simple, and everything will be divided into the separate reusable widgets. So our home page is going to return the home left menu, home center menu, home right menu. All these three is going to be widgets, and there is horizontal spacing of 25 between them. The left menu widget will be the widget of this, which is going to return the profile area and the page area and this recent area, and then the center area is going to return this create post area and this posts vertically scrolling, and the right home area is going to return this add to your feed section and also this see who is hiring. So this is going to be the widget which is going to be implemented right now. In the home page we will create a directory of widgets. Inside this widgets we will create one more directory, will be center menu, and then one more directory of right menu, and then the last directory of left menu. And then let's create the files for them. Right menu, or let's say home right menu, and the same for the left menu, home left menu, and let's correct its spelling by shift and F6, it will be menu, and then the center, home, center, menu. And then in the home right menu, first of all we will go for the stateless widget, home right menu, and then import the material dart, and then let's go for this time not again the scaffold, but will be a simple container for now, let's say with some width of double infinity, and its height is going to be, let's say, 300, and this will be wrapped with the expanded widget, and this will be, let's say, a size box, and will be const. This analysis YAML linter is recommending so many things to us, which is very helpful. Let's copy this right menu from here, and let's go to the home lift menu, and its name will be home lift menu. And I think we don't need the width if we are putting the expanded, and that is the row. The expanded, if you remember from the section when we were learning the expanded widget, this will expand the widget at the man axis alignment. So we are in the row, so the row man axis alignment is the horizontal, so it will take all the available space in the row. And also this is going to be a container because we also want to see something, and this is not going to be a constant, and this is going to also have some color for now. Color start red, let's say the left menu will be red for now, and let's copy this expanded from here to change the home right menu, paste it in here. This is going to be green, and that's it. Now let's go to the home center menu by copying this, and let's paste it in here. Let's home center menu, and that's it. Now its color will be deep orange. That's it. Now let's go to the home page and let's call these widgets, but we also have to change their names. Or let's remove these widgets from here, and let's import this like this. So we got them like this, and let's for now make this row constant to overcome the warnings. Now let's go for restarting and then see the results, and we got 3 expanded widgets of left, center, and right. Now let's go to the home center menu, and its flex will be 2, as our main area will be larger than the other 2 for now. So we got it just like this. Now let's go to the home page and wrap this row with the, it's also wrapped with the container. We also have, and let's give it some horizontal of, let's say, 50, and again restart this, and we got spacing like this, but we want more spacing, let's say 150, and I think that's enough. Let's make it 140. Now it's good. So we are going to design it just like this. There will be our left menu, right, left, right, and the center. Now let's go for designing the left menu, and then center and the right. So the left menu is going to have, let's remove this color from here, and let's give a simple color in here. Let's say LinkedIn medium gray color, and let's see how it looks like. Now that's not really good. We want some light color, so we can give it some opacity, let's say 0.3, and now it's good. Now in the children of this, let's remove the height. This was just for seeing which spacing we are taking for implementing the left, center, and the right menu, and its height will be dynamic as we have more and more widgets, so its height will be increased automatically as we have this scrollable area as you put the single child scroll view in here. So the left menu child of the container is going to be a column. That is because if you look at the demo of the app, we have this profile icon and this page and this recent activity. This is aligned vertically, so we need the column in that case. So there will be again 3 widgets of lift menu profile widget, lift menu page widget, and lift menu activity widget. So now this lift menu is going to have one more directory of widgets, and then inside the widgets we will have these three widgets of lift menu profile widget, and then also lift menu page widget, and also lastly the lift menu, what was its name, lift menu activity widget. So it will be lift menu activity page, not the page but the widget. And then there will be again the widgets. So let's implement it one by one. Let's comment these two out, and we will only leave the lift menu profile widget. And the lift menu profile widget is going to have a stateless widget of lift menu profile widget. And then go for importing the material dart, and then in the build method this is going to return first of all a container with the width of infinity and some decoration of the color, that color linked in white and with some border of all sides with 1, and its color is linked in medium gray with the opacity 0.2, and its border radius is 10, meaning that the rounded corners. Now let's convert the stateless to stateful widget, and in the stat this lift profile menu widget is going to have the isHover username, isHover analytics and tools, and isHover try premium, and isHover my items. So here we are also creating the hover effects only for some areas, so you will get to know how to make the hover effects, and then you can make the hover effects for all of the items that we have in the real LinkedIn if you want. Then the container child is going to have again the column, as all the content here is aligned vertically inside this profile item. So inside this column there will be a size box of with double infinity height 60 and clip rect that image of profile, and fit is fill. And then we have some height of 60, and we have the padding wrapping a column, and we also put the inkwell in here which is dealing with the hover effect, and also the on tap is empty. In the inkwell, when we provide the on tap like this only give us a different pointer which the gesture detector don't give us. And in the child of the inkwell we have the name of our user Doug Stevenson, that is the name of a Firebase developer at Google, and its font size is 16, and its font weight is bold, and its decoration is depending upon the isHover username. When a username was hovered, so its decoration will become underlined, and when it's not hovered it will not be underlined. And we have some text of Flutter full stack developer, Firebase expert, blogger, and YouTuber, and then also some text align at the center, and also text color with the LinkedIn medium, and its font size of 12. That's it. Now if we go to the home lift menu and import this, and let's go for making this constant for now, and let's go for restart this. So we got it just like this. You can see this is a background, and here will be our profile in the stack. That's why I put the 60 spacing in vertical in here, and that's the bio. And you can see when I hover this username, it's got underlined, and when I move the cursor away from this Doug Stevenson username, it underline removes. And now let's go for removing this background because this is no more needed. So in the lift menu we will remove, or let's in the lift menu here, that was the background. Now it is saying the container is useless in here, so we can simply remove this and make the expanded constant. Now in the lift menu, after this padding widget, we have to do some size box vertically and a divider of a container. Its width is double infinity, meaning that full max width, and height of 1, as this is just a divider, and its color will be LinkedIn medium with opacity 0.2. And then an inkwell of having a hover effect of is hover analytic tools value, and its child is a container with the padding of horizontal 10, and its color is double infinity, meaning that again the max spacing and this container color will also be decided when hover was true. So its color will become LinkedIn light gray background color, otherwise it will be white. And then in the child of that, we have a column with the size box of vertical and analytics and tools, again the size box and the 974 post impressions just the dummy data for our LinkedIn UI. Now let's reload this, and we got the analytics and tools, and we can hover it just like this. And the next thing we need after this is that we have the access exclusive tools of Insights, Stripe Premium, and also the My Items. So that would be built like this. So again, we got the container for the divider, and again the inkwell for the hover effect. And in the child, we have a simple horizontal padding of double infinity, as we had same for this one, analytics and tools, and then the same color of its hover Stripe Premium, as we had created the variables for that, and they're all used now. And then the same column with this text and a row for an icon and try premium for free, and also for the items. Lastly, again the divider and the hover effect and the container with the padding and the width, and also some decoration with border radius of 10, and then is for My Items with that color, otherwise not. And in the border radius, this time we provide the border radius only on the bottom right and the bottom left. That is because that is the last item which is nearer to the corners, so it makes some problems. I will show you it in a while if I don't put the bottom right and bottom left. But let's see, in the child we have the column of size box as again the same row with the icon and text My Items. Now let's restart this, and we got the try premium for free and then the items like this. Now let's go and remove the border radius from here, and again restart this, and you can see we got the background color of white. And now because of this last item, this now looks really well. So we also have to give this some rounded corners to fit with this, and then lastly consequently have rounded corners, and also to have our borders of this container as we specified in here. So as its color is white and its background and its border radius is 10, so for the items that are nearer to the edge, like the first one here, for the first one we also do the top right and the top left, and for the last one we have done the bottom right and bottom left to make this work together. Reload this, and we got this like this. Now we need a profile icon in here. So to create the profile icon in here, we have to wrap our column with one more column, and then make it a stack, and then wrap this column here. And right after this, in the stack, we are gonna have an inkwell to have our hover, and then in the align top center in the stack, and then a container with the width and height of 85, and from top some margin 20, and then in the decoration, and its color will be LinkedIn medium gray, and this will not be visible. That is because in the child we have the image, and is also box fit cover to cover all the area. And then performing hard restart, and then open this up, and we got this in here, and our lift menu first component is created. And the others are really simple. If I start creating them from scratch, this is going to take very much time, so I'm just directly creating them and going to explain them to you. So I have created a lift menu page widget and the lift menu activity widget, and the result looks something like this. This is the page widget, and also this one is the activity widget, and you can see this area is now scrollable. Now let's go to see how they are going to look like in the code. The page widget is really simple. It's returning a container same as we had in the profile lift menu widget. And again, there is a column. Here we have aligned everything vertically, so we need a column, and then we have a padding widget to give padding from horizontal and vertical, and the cross-axis alignment of the column is start. That is because when we write something in here, that will move to the center. So to make them at the start, we have to make the parent column cross-axis alignment to start. And then we have a container of width and height 60 and some color of this and an icon of homework, and this is that icon of the organization. And then we have a simple text with some size box vertically, and then a container of, I think that is a divider of little bit. Yes, there's a little bit divider. And then we have some page analytics amount item. This is a method in here which is a simple row of the space between title and amount with some styling of the text. And then here we are returning it like this, and it looks something like this: page notifications, and this is the amount, page visitors, and this is the amount. And then we have a container divider in here. Now this time we have the real divider with the LinkedIn medium gray with that color code, and then some size box, and in the center see visitor analytics. And that was a simple page of lift menu page widget. And the activity is also very simple. Again, the same container with the double infinity width and the decoration color and the border radius of circular 10. Again, the column, everything is aligned vertically. The padding widget to give the padding vertically and horizontally. Again, the column, and there are some recent text here, this. And then to create the recent activity, group events and other events for this hashes, this is going to be hashes. Let's change it. This will be hashes or hash tags like this. Now we have a simple single activity item, which is again a row with the expanded title and the icon, which means that the title will take all the available space. That is because the title can go to like this. We have very long names, so overflow will become ellipses. So for that we have to make the title expanded, and then the icon with the icon data, which is specified when this single activity item is called. That's it. Now lastly we have again the divider, this divider, and then a simple text of discover more. And that was it for the lift menu. Now let's go for creating the right menu and then the center. So the right menu is going to have the same things. Let's create the widgets inside, and then inside this, before creating widgets, let's go to the home right menu. And this menu is also going to be very simple. We'll only be accepting 2 widgets of the add to your feed and also see who is hiring. That's it. That's going to be very simple also. Now let's go to modify this. So this is going to have right menu add feed widget and right menu see who is hiring widget in the column. And then let's go for creating them. That will be right menu add feed widget, and also the other one will be, what was the name? Let's create it in here. Right menu see who is hiring. Okay, right menu see who is hiring widget, and then there will be stateless widget of right menu see, not menu but add feed widget. Let's import the material dot, and here will also be stateless right menu see who is hiring widget. Now let's also import the material dot. Now I am going to implement these 2 simple methods also, and will be explain the code to you. So I have created the right menu add feed widget and also the right menu see who is hiring widget, and they'll look something like this. it has the follow button of this hover, and this is a simple widget of see who is hiring. So we also have the follow button, which is a very simple button with the hover effect, and then a simple container of width of 105 and height this, and the decoration for the color we are deciding the color according to the hover, and the border radius is 20, and the border is also deciding the if the hover was true it will be 2, otherwise 1, and then the border color is also decided according to the hover. And then we have the row widget in the child of the container, which is const, and its main x alignment in the center. We have a very simple add icon and a follow, which looks like this. And then in the right menu, feed widget, again a simple container as we had for the left menu, and this configuration. And in the child, again we have a container with the horizontal and vertical spacing of margin, and again a column, again a simple row, add to your feed, and an info, add to your feed, and the info icon with the space between, meaning that one when aligned at the leftmost, one when aligned at the rightmost. And then the size box of add to your feed single user widget I have created for each of this user separate widget, and that is here a simple row because this is aligned horizontally with the profile here, and then in front of it an expanded widget, that is because I want to give this area full expanded widget to also have the text like this when it's overflowed. And then we have simple text of username, the bio, and then the follow button for each of the user in the add to your feed. And then lastly we have the view recommendation text, and then the forward arrow. That was it for the right menu add feed widget, which is really simple. And the right menu see who is hiring is also very simple. Again we have a column, this time we don't specify the container with that configuration, but instead we have a simple image with the clip rect, and we also add the container on that image and give it the borders like the other components have. And then we have some size box, and to create these I simply created 1 2 3 4 rows in here, and also I think 5 for this one also. That is because some items has this arrow at LinkedIn and also this bottom arrow and this downward arrow. So I have one row with the more info item widget, and also the another row for the more info item widget, and there is one more property in the more info widget for the text where we also have the has icon of the drop down arrow. So for those who have the icon like this, we also have the property in the more info widget method has icon, and also specify that icon in here. And then everything is very simple. And lastly, in the last row we have the image of LinkedIn logo, and then the simple LinkedIn Corporation copyright 2023. That's it. And our more info widget looks something like this. If the has icon was true, it will give us a row of the text and the icon, otherwise a simple text. And that was a very simple right menu see who is hiring widget. And now let's go for creating the center menu. The center menu is also going to be very simple, and there will not be any rocket science in here. So in the child of this expanded widget, again we are going to have a column with the children of center menu create post widget, and also center menu single post widget. So the one will be this create, and also then the post area, like we also will be able to scroll like this in that area. So let's go for creating this center menu create post widget. So inside the center menu we are again going to have the widgets, and inside the widgets we are going to have two widgets of the center menu create post widget, and then also the create menu single post widget. So I'm going to implement them and then we will understand it together. So our center menu create post widget is successfully created. So now let's see the review of it and then we will understand the code together. So it looks something like this. We have a profile and the start post, and then to upload the photo, video, post a job and write an article, and then also this line of sort by top, but which is not working for now as this is just a UI. So we have this center menu create post widget which has having the is hover start post which is equal to false for now, and this is for the start post. So first of all we have a column and a container for this background as we had for the other components on the screen, and then a simple padding widget to give some padding inside the box, and then a column of the cross-axis alignment start, and then we have a row. That is because this profile and this start a post is in the row. So we put a row in here, and then we put a container with the width and height, and then a shape circle and a clip rect of 27.5, and then this profile, and then some size box, and then this one is taking all the available space inside because we make it expanded, and inkwell the on tab is doing nothing but just giving us the pointer in the web, and also the hover is doing its job. Is over start post will become equal to value, so that is why we are allowing to see the hover effect in here. And then this is a simple container of height 50 and the padding, and then its alignment is center left, and then the box decoration is the color is according to the hover boolean, and then its border radius is 25, so that's why it's become really rounded like this, and then its border is with 1, and its color is medium gray, which is the color we have here in the themes of styles that dart this medium color. So after this we have the start post inside this, and then we have a simple padding which is wrapping a row, and inside this we have create post item widget, and we create the separate widget for this create post item widget to have the hover for all of them like this. So the create post item widget is a widget inside this create. So we have the center menu. So in the center menu we have first the root home center widget, and then we have the widgets. Inside the widgets we have got the create, where we have the center menu create post widget, and then inside this we have again widgets of create post item widget. So let's close these widgets, open it again, and let's create one more directory in here that would be of post, and let's move this create menu post to this, so there will be also its post item widgets as we had for the create inside. So this create post widget is a very simple widget with 3 fields of title, icon, data and color, and it has a separate hover for this and a simple container with some padding and some decoration, and its color is according to again the hover, and we have a simple row of icon, data and a title which will comes from when this widget is called. So when we are calling it in the center menu, we are specifying the title, the icon, data and the color, and then lastly we have a row of the expanded divider, so that expanded will take all the available space, and then the top and that, and then the text sort by top, and this icon will take only the space that much that can take, and all the available space will be taken by this divider as this expanded in that specific row. So we got this in here. Now let's go for creating the post widget. So I have created the center menu single post widget, and its result is like this. You can see we got the post in here, and I can scroll it just like this. Now let's go for exploring the code. So in the create menu single post widget we have nothing but a simple list view builder which is returning the postcard widgets, and the data is coming from the data we have here for the post. So this is returning the postcard widget, and the postcard widget is the same postcard widget which we have in the LinkedIn mobile UI. Here we only give it the same component, color and the border the same thing. You can see the margin bottom and with the width double infinity and the color, the same color of white, and the border all and the rounded corners. And we have again the column and a padding inside the box, some padding, and then we have again the column. That is because if you remember from the LinkedIn mobile clone, this image is overlapping with the leftmost, and the rightmost, and there is no space. So I have created a root column and I have created one more column for this data, and then its padding is horizontal and vertical 10. You can see we got the padding around this, but there is no padding for this image. So inside this column we have this data in here. So the same, we have a row because we want to have this data aligned horizontally. So first of all, we start with a profile coming from the data, and then some size box, this size box between them, and then we have the exponent because this area will be expanded, and then when this bio increase, so it will become the 3 dots ellipses. And then we have a column in the expanded, that is because we also want them to be aligned vertically, the name, bio, and the time. So in the column we have again a row of this username and this menu. So we got the row in here, the text is expanded, so it is taking all the available space, and this icon is moved to the rightmost. And then we have again a row of this bio and this follow button. So right after this we got one more row in the column, and the bio text is expanded as this will be ellipses when it's overflowed, and then some little bit size box, and again a row of add icon and some text of follow that is in here. And then we have some little size box at the rightmost, and then we have the row again with the create at time and then the icon of earth. So we got this section completed, and then we have again some size box vertically, and the tags are map in the wrap widget. If you remember, this is the same widget of layout like row and column, but the only difference is this will go to with the next run when there's no available space in the first row, meaning that horizontally, which is not the default behavior of the row, and that way it's different. So it's mapping the post tags coming from the post for each post, the tag, and then it's each post tag color is blue, and here we got the tags in here, and lastly the description. And then outside from that column we have again a container with double infinity width, and then the post image, and then some size box right after this, and again the same padding with horizontal, and the items are aligned in the stack. As I told you while we were building the mobile LinkedIn, how they will come and how their model will be. So for now this is not our task to discuss this, as we are building just a UI. So this will align like this, and we got the total reacts in here right after this here, and then this is a row which is aligned at the end, here at the end 10 comments and 10 posts, and lastly some size box vertically again, and again the divider, and then some more size box. And then for creating this row we got this row, space around, its matrix alignment, and the first row is this profile and this arrow of drop down. So we got this container with the width and height of 35, and then our profile, and then some icon, and then again single action item widgets like, comment, repost, and send, and then some size box vertically, this little size box. And this single action item is a simple row of icon and text, and the single react item is also a container with the asset, that image that we specify. So that was a same postcard that we had in the LinkedIn mobile UI, and we have built our LinkedIn web UI in the web. But there is a problem, that is when we resize this window, you can see it's resizing like this, but it's not very responsive. When you go at the end, this will become like this. The only expanded widgets are not enough. You can see it looks like this, and also making so much lag. So let's resize it again and it will become like this. To make it like this, let's see. To make the window, the responsiveness like this, you can see everything is adjusting itself as the window is resized. We will make it responsive like this in the next part. So that was it. We have built this home page. It looks very beautiful, and then the network jobs page will be the task for you to create. And then when we make this page responsive, so this will be the task for you to make also the network jobs and messaging page responsive. And also, if there is a question of you, please let me know in the comment section and I'll be happy to answer you. That's it. I will see you in next video where we will be making this web of LinkedIn clone responsive. That's it. See you in the next video. Welcome to the part 2 of building LinkedIn clone web. So in the previous part, we built the LinkedIn web UI, which looks something like this. We have the other pages, we put the hover effects, and we have created the home components like this. Now the remaining thing is the web is not responsive. As we have seen in the previous episode, when we shrink this or resize this, you can see everything is moving because of the expanded widgets. Now when you go for further resizing, and this is the behavior of the expanded widgets. Now when you go for expanding it and expanding it more, like let's expand this and move it in here and go for more resizing, increase its size. You can see the more we increase the size of the window, the more this is increasing the size of the components of the home, and you can see everything is stretched, and the bottom and the navigation bar is looking like this in that stretch everything window. So let's maximize this, and now it looks like this. But this is not the responsive behavior which we are going to achieve in today's episode. Now let's open up the real LinkedIn. So our real LinkedIn looks something like this. When you go for resizing, first of all focus on the home components, and then we will go for the navigations. The navigation has also some adaptations as we go for resizing the window, but first of all let's focus on the home window and its components, that how much adaptation they take accordingly when we go for resizing the window of the web. So when we resize the window, you can see nothing is shrinking like we have because of the expanded widgets. And now when we go for further resizing, and the area is not enough for the 3 columns on the window, like the first one for the profile and the page and the post and the create and also add to your feed, and this one. You can see the center one got shrinked because there was no enough space. Now when we increase this, this become like this, and now when you go for resizing it more, it becomes like this because they had no space, and this LinkedIn web is responsive. And when you go for further resizing, and then when there is not enough space again for this, so the right components here will be removed and we got only this area remaining, the center and the left. And then when you go for further resizing, this will become the mobile area like this, and we got the mobile LinkedIn just like this. So how many adaptation here we had? First, when we reach to some extent, the center area will become shrinked and everything will remain the same in the home. And then this was the web and this was the tablet. And then when you go for further resizing, this was the small tablet, and then this is the mobile. So we have the 4 adaptations in which the home components adjust itself according to the screen resize. So we'll go for creating, but we forgot one thing, that is, let's also check the behavior of when we increase the size of this. So when we increase the size, how much we can, let's increase it more, and you can see the size is more, but the home components and the navigation bar is still at the same place, which means that they have their fixed size and they adapt and adjust themselves according to the screen size when it shrinks or stretch, or also we can say expands. And let's go for further. Now let's maximize this also, and that is our real LinkedIn. Now let's go for making our own LinkedIn web clone responsive. So we have this home page. So we will go for creating one more directory in the lib, and that will be named responsive. Inside this responsive directory, we are gonna have a Dart file. Its name will be responsive layout. And inside this responsive layout, there would be a stateless widget, and then this is going to accept 4 fields of type widget: mobile UI, tablet UI, small tablet UI, and desktop UI. And also they are passed in the constructor and are required. Then in the build method, this is going to return a layout builder, which gives the constants of our screen layout, and on the max width we are returning the different screen UIs like the mobile, tablet, small tablet, tablet UI, and a desktop UI. When the max width was less than 750, we will return the mobile UI, and when the max width was less than 1025, we will return the small tablet UI, and when the max width was less than 1300, we will return the tablet UI. Otherwise, this will be a desktop UI. So we got this responsive layout. Now in the home page, we are going to do something different, but for now let's go for creating inside the pages, inside the nav pages, and inside the home, let's create the home desktop UI, and then one more Dart file home mobile UI, and then one more home tablet UI, and lastly home small tablet UI. And then let's go for copy this home page and paste it in the desktop, only change its name home desktop UI, and then let's paste it in the home mobile and change its name to home mobile UI, and the same for this one, the home small tablet UI, and here the same home page home tablet UI. That's it. Now in the home page, we will return in here the responsive layout, which requires the mobile UI, the tablet UI, small tablet UI, and also the desktop UI. So put semicolon in here, and for the mobile UI, call the mobile home mobile UI, and put the parentheses to instantiate this, make it constant, and tablet home tablet UI, and also constant home small tablet UI, again constant, and home desktop UI, and finally make it constant. And let's go for removing the unused imports. So we got our responsive layout, and this is going to return the home mobile UI, home tablet UI, small tablet UI, and desktop UI according to the different width of the window. Here we have defined already in the responsive layout. Now in the home desktop UI, for now everything is same. Like, we don't make any changes in the different mobile UIs in the mobile, small tablet, or the tablet. Everything for now is the same. And next thing that we have to do is, if we look again to the real LinkedIn, you also have seen this. I just show you in the demo of this when we are talking about the different sizes. So no matter how much I expand this, the components of the home or any other page will remain in the middle. Like, I go for further resizing, and this is just like that. But in our case, when we go for further resizing, we expanded, you can see the components are also expanding. That is because of the expanded widgets. So to overcome this, first of all, we have to do is to give the max width to each UI, like desktop, mobile, small tablet, or the tablet. So for the desktop UI, we will wrap this row with the widget size box, and we will set its width to the 1150, and that would be the max width for the size box for this home desktop UI. And for the tablet UI, we will wrap again this with the widget size box, and its width will be 1000 and make it constant. And for the small tablet, we will wrap this row with the widget of again the size box, and for the width we will go for 700 and go for making it constant. And in case of mobile, we are not going to have the right menu and also the left menu, but there will be only the center menu. And for the small tablet, we are not going to have the right menu, so it will become like this. Now when we restart our web and then go for checking how it's going, this time if we go for resizing the window, let's say we go for further resizing and make it large, you can see no matter how many we resize the window and increase the window size, expand it or whatever, you can see the components are still in the same as we have in the real LinkedIn, and they have now the fixed size. And when you go for shrinking it, let's say when you do it like this, we still have the expanded widget. We are going to change it right now, but let's see how many times it adapts when the screen changes. Like let's say we go for this, and now this time we have the window of the small tablet. You can see the right component disappear from here, and for the mobile, when it's come to mobile, you can see we got only this window. But only the things that we need to tackle with is that remove the expanded widgets and also give them some fixed width and make them responsive like that. So now next thing we have to do it in here is to deal with the widgets of the home, center menu, left menu, and right menu. So we will go to the home center menu and then remove this expanded widget from here, and let's wrap this with the widget size box, and there its width will be coming from we specified while calling the home center menu. And the same thing will go for the left menu. We have to remove the expanded and then wrap this with the widget of size box, and then pass a parameter of double max width and then make it required and pass it the width of max width and make this column constant. And lastly in here we also have to remove the expanded final double max width and pass it in the constructor and wrap this with a widget size box width of max width and then wrap this and then make it constant. Now for all of the UIs, first for the desktop we have to define the max width for the home components on their different sizes. So when there is the desktop home UI displayed, so what will be the size of the home left menu, center menu, and the right menu? Let's define it. So when the home desktop UI is displayed, we will set the home left menu size to 220, and that will be the size, and that will be the max size when we have the desktop UI displayed. And then for the home center menu, we will set it to 505, and that will be the max size whenever the home desktop UI is displayed. And then 310 for the home right menu when the home desktop UI is displayed. And then for the mobile, the home center menu will be expanded. That is because if you look at the behavior of the real LinkedIn, when we go for the mobile size, you can see when we reach the mobile extent, now you can see everything has expanded behavior. So for the home, we will create one more widget in the center menu. We will call it home mobile center menu, and then we will copy this and paste it in here, and also change its name to home mobile center menu. And this is not going to accept any parameter, and then remove this size from here and make this expanded, and let's make it constant, and that's it. Now in the home mobile UI, call the home mobile center menu, and that will be it. And for the home small tablet, we will specify the size for the left menu. That would be the same 220, and this the home center menu size will be 450. And lastly, for the home tablet UI, the left menu size will remain the same. That would be 200, max width 220. And for the center menu, this will be a little bit shrinked when this is tablet UI, as we have seen in the demo of when we were seeing the real LinkedIn. So its max width would be in the home tablet UI 450, and then the right menu would be 300 in the home tablet UI when displayed. Now let's go for restarting the app, and let's open this up, resize it. Now let's go for resizing the window. So as we go for the resizing, we got this render flow exception, and when we reach some extent, you can see this got shrinked. And then when we go for further resizing, and when we reach to some extent, you can see the right menu is disappeared, and this is now the mobile window, and it is shrinking. That is because it has so many space at the left and right. So I think we forgot something. That is to removing the horizontal spacing from the desktop, also the mobile, and last but not least, the small tablet UI and also the tablet UI. Now let's again go for restarting by pressing the R in the terminal and open up this, and this is our home, and this is how our mobile UI looks like. Now let's maximize it again and go for resizing. When you go for further resizing, and you can see we have the behavior like the real LinkedIn, and when you go to the further resizing, it got this render flow exception, and we are going to fix it in a while. And when you go for further resizing, and this spacing at the left and the right is finished or not enough, this right will be disappeared, and we got the window in the middle again. And then you go for further resizing, we got the home like this. So now what we have to do is to deal with this render flow when we are on the tablet view. So to overcome this, we will look at the code. So in the home tablet UI, sometimes the small mistakes cause the problem, such as we have so much space in between them. Let's make it 15 and check it again. Let's go for restarting it again, and let's go for it. When we reach to some extent, you can see now this is not coming again, the render flow. And when you go for the tablet, you can see this area got shrinked. And when you go for further resizing, and then we go to the small tablet UI, this become just like this. The right component disappeared, and you go for further, you can see now the home become expanded, and this is our mobile LinkedIn web. That was how we make the home responsive. But one thing that is remaining is when we are on the mobile UI of the LinkedIn, we want to show the profile area also in here, not the start create, but this will be a little bit down in here. So we need this area. So we already have the home mobile center menu, so we can modify it like that. So let's go to the code, and in the home mobile center UI, as this is already expanded, so in here we are going to add some more stuff of the profile in here. So I have copied this column widget from my lift menu widget of profile, and then I wrap it with a container to give it the white background and some borders of the LinkedIn medium gray of with opacity 0.2, and that's it. In the child of the container we have the column and then an image same as we have here when this screen is not resized. Here this image of background and then some size box of 60 and then padding wrapping a column of username and its bio. That's it. Some size box right after this and also some size box outside from this container. Now when we restart the app and go for resizing the window to see the home mobile, and it is now like this, you can see, but we also need the user profile in here. So for that we have to wrap our column with another column and we will make it stack, and then outside from this column we are going to do one more thing. That would be the same align method as we had in the lift menu of profile widget, a container with the 85 width and height and some decoration, and we are clipping that image to 42.5 and image asset of profile 1 JPG, and it's aligned at the top center. And this is same as we had in the profile widget of the lift menu. Now restart this and we got the profile in here. Now one more thing here we need is that show more right after this. So for that we have to do is to open this column, and right after this size box that we paste, we will add a center widget and its child will be a row which main axis alignment will be in the center and will be showing show more text with the font size 14 with the LinkedIn medium gray color with some little bit of font weight bold and some size box and a keyboard arrow down icon. Now let's reload this and we got this show more in here, and our home components become successfully responsive. Now let's resize this or maximize this, and when you go for further resizing the window, and when it's reached to the tablet, you can see the center component of the home is shrinked. And now when you go for further resizing, and when there is not enough space in here, so this will become the right menu will be disappeared like that, and now we are again got the center menu and the left menu in the center, and when there is no more area, so this will become like this. And when you go for further resizing, this is our home menu, and here we also got this when this is a mobile, and when this is not a mobile, a tablet, so you can see this home menu, this profile area is not in here. So that is how we make the pages responsive, and you can do the same thing for the other pages to give them max width and height and define the max width for the widgets. But one thing that you have to keep in mind is that you can see in the home desktop UI, in the mobile desktop UI, the home small tablet UI, and also in the home tablet UI, we are not duplicating everything. We are reusing the same widgets of the home right menu, center menu, and also the left menu. In the small tablet we have only two, but on the mobile we have the only one. Only this home mobile center menu is a little bit different with some other configurations, but that's not very complex. We are reusing the home left menu, center and right menu in the three of the libraries of home desktop UI and home small tablet UI and home tablet UI. So like that you have to create the widgets and reuse them to improve the performance, and correctly following the drive principle. Do not repeat yourself. Just reuse the reusable components or widgets and complete your job with this. So our home area is successfully responsive, and now it's time to go for making the navigation bar responsive. So now let's see the behavior of the real LinkedIn. Let's open this LinkedIn up and maximize this. Now let's focus only on this navigation bar. So when we come to the tablet size, when the center component got shrinked, until that everything was same in the navigation bar. But you didn't notice one thing. That was when this was the desktop UI. You can see the space between the search and this right row in our case is not changing. But in case when we reach to the tablet UI, you can see this home right row start moving, and when is reached to the search field, the search field is disappeared and is converted into just an icon and a text. And now when you go for further resizing and when we reach some extent, you can see the titles or the labels from the icons is disappeared, but their spacing is still in here. But when you go for further resizing, the spacing is also removed, and when you go for further resizing, the two icon will be converted into just a menu like icon. So how many adaptation we have? First, it's immovable. Then when we reach the tablet, it start moving. So it means we got 2. And then when it's reached the search and search field is converted into search icon, so it means we got 3 adaptations. And then when we reach this, the labels removed, we got the 4. And then 5 and like that 6. So now let's go for tackling with the navigation bar. So let's open this up, our local host of the web LinkedIn clone, and let's go to the code. Let's go to the navbar widget, and we have to do everything in here. So by default, the behavior of the left row and right row is immovable. Let me show you. When you go for resizing, you can see how no matter at how many extent our window is resized, the space between the left row and right row is remain the same, and it got the render flow exception, but it's not doing something with the adaptations. So here when you wrap this left build row with the widget, let's wrap it with the widget, let's say expanded, and put this build left row in the child of this. So this will take all the available space, and when you restart this, and now both move, one at the leftmost and one at the rightmost. So when we resize the window, you can see now this is movable. So we got this movable behavior, but now we have to deal with a different way. So let's move to the Android Studio again, and here we need to check some conditions and accordingly put the expand it and accordingly remove it when it's necessary. So first of all, we will wrap our container with the widget builder, and that builder will be converted into layout builder, and also pass one more parameter in the builder, constraints. And then here we will only give the 122 spacing between the left row and right row whenever the screen max width is greater than 1150. So in that case, we will give the 120 space between the left row and the right row. And then we will make the left row expanded as long as the max width is less than 150. Otherwise, it will be they build left row directly, which means that there will be the fixed 120 size between them. But when the max width of the screen become less than the 1150, we will return the left row by wrapping it with the expanded widgets. So that 1150 is the max width of the home desktop UI in here. That is the max width which the components of the home desktop UI is taking. And in the navigation bar widget, we are saying in here when the constraints of max width was greater than the 1150, only in that case you have to give the 120 width. Otherwise, there is no need to give the spacing, because when the max width is less than 1150, in that case you will wrap the left build row with the expanded and will make the build right row movable when we resize the window. Now when we restart the app and go to the design, now when we start resizing the window, you can see for now the space between the search bar and the right row here is fixed, which means that this condition is true for now. The max width of the screen is greater than 1150. So as we reach to the size of 1150, and that is this size, you can see the left row start moving in here. And when we resize it back, and that is the same behavior as we had in the real LinkedIn, you can notice when this LinkedIn logo and search bar is touched to the leftmost, so the right area will start moving in here. You can see now it's moving, but when it's web, now it's not moving. So we have achieved this thing also by checking these conditions in here. Now next thing we want is when we reach to the 1150 width and it starts moving, and when this home is reached to the search bar, we want the search bar to be converted into the search icon with some label, but not this render flow exception. So we have to do in the code, we have to pass the max width to our build left row, and here in the max width we will pass the max width from the constraints dot max width and copy the same thing and paste it in here. Now inside the left row here we will check the conditions accordingly. So upon that container, so we will check the condition. If the max width was less than 1030, we will return a padding widget with the horizontal of 8, and this will be an equal to just have the pointer upon this when we hover on it, and this is going to return a column with the size box of vertical 2 and a search icon with its label. Now when you go for restarting this, and when we reach to 1030 width of the screen, and this is converted into search icon, but you can see the left area is still moving. When we reach to the search and this is converted into an icon and a label, we also want to this right row to be directly stuck to the left, and this will be no more the behavior of this moving. So we also want to remove this moving behavior again when we reach to the search and the search bar is converted into the icon and the label. So for that we will go in here, and before this condition making the left row expanded and giving it the moving behavior, we will do here checking one more condition. Before this condition we are saying if the max width was less than 130, which means that we have reached to the search field and now we no more need the moving behavior. So we will again return the left build row without the expanded widget. Now let's rebuild this and let's resize it again. And when we reach to this search field like this, you can see it got stuck to the left, but this become in the center. That is because we also have to change the main axis alignment of the row, or we can say remove it directly. By default it's left. So you can see now when I again come in here and go for further resizing, when we reach to the search has disappeared and we got this right row directly stuck to the left, and it become like this as a real LinkedIn behavior. Now next thing we need is when we came to in here, we want the right row to be converted into like to lost its labels and only show the icons. And then when you go for further resizing, also it will lose its spacing between them, and when we go for further resizing, the poster job and the tools will be converted into a menu icon as we have here, like when we are like this on that type menu on that size window. So when we reach to some extent, you can see it lost its labels and then its spacing, and then the tools and the poster job is converted into a menu like this. So this is the last behavior we are going to achieve. So let's go to the code, and now this time is to deal with the build right row. So here in the widgets, we will create one more widget that would be navbar responsive right row widget as it has so many adaptations, so we are not going to duplicate everything in here, but instead everything responsiveness will be done for the right row in there and will be returned according to the conditions in the navbar responsive right row widget. So inside this we are going to have a stateful widget which will be adjusting everything, the right row, when to remove the labels, when to remove the sizes, and when to convert the tools and the poster job icon to just a menu. But before this we have to modify our navbar item widget and also the navbar profile widget. That would be here we need to check some conditions. That would be for giving the size box of height 4, we will check the condition if the widget title was equal to null, meaning that while calling the navbar item widget, we do not specify the title in here. So we will not give the size box, but well, a simple container means nothing. No more spacing. And the same will be for the title. If the title is not specified and is null, so we will not return the text, but instead a simple container. And the same will be giving the spacing from the top. When the title was equal to null, we will give the top margin 15, otherwise it would be 10. Because when there is no title, so our icon will move a little bit above, so to moving it again down, we will check the condition also. If the title was not in there, we will give more spacing like 15 and remove the scones from here. So that's it. Now let's go to the profile navbar item widget. Here we need to check the same conditions in here, because in that row we will check again the condition. If the widget title was null, simply return a container, and for the second icon we will do the same. If the title was equal to null, return the container, and that's it. And also the same for the top 9 padding. We will check the condition. If the widget title was equal to null, we will return the 15 padding, otherwise 9, and remove this constant. Now let's go for the navbar responsive right row widget. That would be a stateful widget which is going to accept these 3 booleans and a navbar on navbar item click listener, because here we will be dealing with the different rows adaptations. So here we also pass the current selected index, and all of that stuff will be done in here. So we are checking the condition if the row without titles or labels was true. We will return the build row without titles, and here we do not specify the titles, and we also have just check the conditions in the navbar items and the profile navbar items. When there is no title, what you have to do, and then when the row without titles and spacing, means that in the next adaptation we have to remove the spacing also. So when the row without titles and spacing was true, we will return the build row without titles and spacing. And then when the row without titles and spacing with menu was equal to true, this time we means that the poster job or the tools are removed and the menu is displayed. We will return the build row without titles and spacing with menu. And if none of the condition was specified and was true, we will return build normal row. So we will go to navbar widget and remove this build right row from here, and here in the right row we will return the navbar responsive row widget with different conditions having true on different sizes of the screen. So we are saying if the max width of the screen was less than 550, which means that this is small mobile. So we will return the navbar responsive right row with the condition true, the row without titles and spacing with menu. And then when this was false, we will do when the screen size was less than 730, which means that there will be the row without titles and spacings. And when the max width of the screen was less than 80, we will return the navbar responsive row widget with the row without titles. Only the titles will be removed. Otherwise, we will return the navbar responsive right row widget with only the navbar item click listener, and this will be a normal row widget. So now in the navbar responsive right row, the build normal row is the row that I just deleted from the navbar widget, and in the build row without titles, I just do not specify the titles in here, and According to the conditions, there will be no titles and the spacing will be removed as I made the configuration in navbar item widget, this configuration. And then for the build row without titles is I just remove the bottom border width, as we have here the border width, and I just do not specify its color. So we got this without spacing when you remove the border, so the spacing horizontally for each item of the navbar will be removed. And then for the build row without titles and spacing with menu, what I have done in here is we have all the navbar items same, but lastly here, instead of building the profile navbar item widget, I just return the more horizontal icon from the material icons. So we got it like this. Now in the navbar widget, we return the navbar responsive right row widget on different sizes of the screen. Now when you go for restarting this and open up our web, now when you go for further resizing, first of all, this is not any center. To fix this, we will do to set this row main axis alignment to center, but its main axis alignment will only be in the center whenever the max width of the screen is less than 1030. So you'll make the main axis alignment to start otherwise in the center. Now let's restart this again. So we got this in the center like this. So now let's test it again. When we go for resizing the window, initially you can see the behavior of the navbar. We have the 120 spacing is still between the left row and right row in our case. So when you go for further resizing and when we reach to the 1150 width, the right row will start moving. You can see just like this. And when you go for further resizing and this home page is reached to the search bar, the search bar is converted into an icon and label same as we have the home, network and jobs. And if further resizing, when you go for here, the labels will be disappear just like this, and now only spacing is remaining. And the further resizing will also remove these spaces just like this. And when you go for further resizing, this will be converted into a menu like this. But there is still some unexpected behavior, that is this menu icon is stuck to the left very much. To fix this, let's go to the navbar responsive right row and here move to the build row without titles and with spacing and a menu. At the bottom we have this menu and let's decrease the size box to let's say 15. And now this looks good. But here when we are resizing, you can see we get a little bit render flow exception, but that is okay because in production this will not be shown as the render flow exception, and this is the correct behavior of it. Like if you compare it with the real LinkedIn, here when we reach to some extent like this, you can see when we come upon this like a little bit, then this is converted into the menu. Same like this in our case, when we a little bit come upon this, so this is converted into a menu. So we got our LinkedIn web clone created and also made responsive. And here the search bar icon also must lost its label. So here in the left row in the navbar widget, we can do something like this. In here we will check if the max width was less than 800. So we will display a container instead of the text. Remove the cons from here, and then for the size box we will also check the condition if the max width was less than 800. The size box from top will be 10, otherwise 2 if there is label. And now only make this individual text, search field, search text and this icon constant. Now reload the app and we got the search like this. Now increase this and go for decreasing it and we got it just like this. Now maximize this and let's go for resizing it again. So when you go for resizing, we reach to the tablet view, this got shrink, and then this is reached to the 1150, which is the max width of our desktop UI, and this start moving, and when the right row is reached to the search bar, it's converted into the search icon and a label, and also the right component is lost, is disappeared when we come to the small tablet UI, and by further resizing, when we reach to some extent, the labels will be disappeared and the spacing is remaining, and when you go for further resizing, it will become the mobile UI, a large mobile UI or a small tablet UI like this, and when you go for further resizing, the spacing is also removed, and then further resizing will remove the poster job, and these tools will be converted into a menu. Now it looks good. We have successfully made responsive our LinkedIn clone web, and we have also created the UI for this. So that was it for the second part of this LinkedIn web UI. We have successfully made our LinkedIn web UI responsive, and yes, you can create the other pages like the network page, jobs, messaging, notifications, and the other pages if you want to practice more on LinkedIn web and make it responsive. And also let me know in the comment section, and also tell me if you have any confusions what we have done while building this LinkedIn clone web and making it responsive. So let me know your questions, and also complete this task to make the network, jobs, and messaging, or only some pages, make it responsive, and let me know in the comment section that you have completed this task. So that would be the exercise task for you in this week 3 to create the network page, jobs, messaging, and other pages for practicing the web and also making them responsive like we just done with this homepage. So that's it. I will see you in the next video. Today in this episode, we are going to learn how Flutter render widgets. Before getting through the process, let's understand the widgets. Throughout your Flutter development journey, you may have heard the statement, everything in Flutter is a widget. But you also may have seen this in Flutter documentation. A widget is an immutable description of part of a user interface. And you will never believe this, because the UIs cannot be immutable. They change along the time as the state of the UI changes. So when it comes to rendering in Flutter, Flutter uses 3 parallel trees for rendering, which work together and contribute to the performance of the Flutter apps. The trees are widget tree, element tree, and render object tree. A widget in the widget tree represents the UI structure and configuration. In Flutter, we declaratively define and configure widgets, meaning that we decide how they are going to look like on the UI, and they are hierarchically forming a widget tree divided into parent and children. And an element is a corresponding widget's element in the element tree created by a Flutter framework. An element is the instantiation of a widget at a particular location in the tree. This is a mutable piece of tree. It's managing the life cycle of a widget, like all the updates changing are managed by the corresponding element for the widget. And finally, a render object in the render object tree is responsible for the final painting of the widgets on the UI. It defines how elements are visually represented on the screen. It handles layout, painting, size, and hit testing. These 3 concepts of configure, manage, and paint them pretty nicely into the separation of concerns that Flutter has between widgets, elements, and render objects. Now you have basic understanding of what widgets are and how they are represented in Flutter for rendering. So let's take a real example. Suppose you have 2 widgets, a center, child, and a text displaying hello world. All it does to center the text hello world. So let's see how it's represented in the tree structure for rendering. That's how they are represented in the tree structure. When the widget is created, it calls the create element to create the corresponding element for the widget. And when element is created, it calls the mount method to create the corresponding render object by calling the create render object, and finally that widget is painted on the UI and we see it on our running device. Now you might think, well, that's great, but why does Flutter is doing so much work just for rendering a little thing on the UI? So the magic really starts to happen when things changes. Suppose you have a counter app, and that counter is a state variable. The tree structure would look something like this. Initially we have a counter equal to 0. Now when you somewhere in your UI call the setStat to increment the counter. Flutter framework will start looking at the elementary because it's responsible for changes happens. So it calls the method canUpdate, comparing old widget runtime tab with the new widget runtime tab. So the tabs are the same, only the configuration is changed this time. So in this case, it will call the update render object to paint the different counter result on the UI without destroying and recreating the widgets. In this way, Flutter is able to update the UI of your app without having to destroy and recreate all of the widgets. This makes it very efficient and responsive. So in summary, in widget tree, we define and configure widgets, that how they are going to look like, and the corresponding elements in the element tree are mutable parts and are responsible for managing the life cycle of widgets as widgets are immutable. And finally, the render objects in the render object tree are responsible for the final painting, sizing, and laying out widgets on the UI. So that's it. If you want to go in more depth, I already have created a detailed video on the same topic from where you can learn how Flutter render widgets with more advanced examples. So if you have any questions, please let me know in the comment section and I'll be happy to see your feedback and answer your questions. That's it. See you in the next video. In today's last episode of the week 3, we will learn about the solid principles. The solid principles are a set of 5 design guidelines that promote maintainable, flexible, and easily understandable code. These principles are particularly useful in object-oriented programming, and I assume you know about the object-oriented programming as we have already learned it in the first week, 3rd video. The solid principle S stands for Single Responsibility Principle, and its O stands for Open Close Principle, and its L stands for Liskov Substitution, and its I stands for Interface Segregation, and lastly the D stands for Dependency Inversion. Each one has its own statement and beauty. We will understand them one by one. But before this, let's take a look at the importance of the solid principles. In software development, the solid principles provide foundational framework for creating stable, maintainable, and efficient systems. If you don't know about them, or you know but you don't know how to apply them, or you misapply them, can result in software that is difficult to maintain, is error-prone, and requires so much resistance to change, or we can say fragile code or bad code according to Robert C. Martin. On the other hand, understanding and applying the solid principles in your code make sure that software components are well defined, functionalities are cleanly separated, and changes can be introduced with minimal disruption. Therefore, the solid principles are more than just best practices. They represent the critical guideline for making sure the long life and adaptability of software systems. So let's get started with the very first principle, that is Single Responsibility Principle. So what does that mean? The SRP, or the Single Responsibility Principle, states that a class should have only one reason to change. In other words, a class should have only one job or responsibility. Let's understand it from Dart code. Suppose you have a restaurant class with variety of responsibilities from cooking food to handling payments. Here, the restaurant class handles cooking, payment, and cleaning. If we were to change how dishes are cooked or how payments are processed, we would have to modify the restaurant class, potentially affecting other functionalities it encompasses. For example, imagine our restaurant class handles special discounts on top of the regular payment and tax logic. We would need to adjust the handle payment method to account for the special discounts and new tax. This method can cause 4 things, but let's create an instance and see what results we are getting from this. So we got the restaurant class instance, and then we call the handle payment method from this, and then we pass the amount 100 and we set the isBirthday to true, which means that the isBirthday discount will be applied. Now if we run the code, we got the output in the console, received payment of $95 with 5 tax and 10% discount. So here in the code, what happens is we had $100, and as this was our birthday, so we got 10% discount, and there was tax, so it subtract 10 from the 100 and then add 5 to it, and then we got $95. So that is what this handle payment is doing. But as I said, this method can cause 4 things, and these are First, the time complexity over time. As the promotions and different discounts like holiday specials, loyalty rewards are introduced, the payment logic will become more complex. And there is a risk. Suppose a new developer is not aware of the birthday discount and is only focusing on adding new Christmas discount, they could accidentally modify or remove the birthday logic, which can lead to the billing discrepancies. So in this method, over the time, if we add more promotions and different discounts, so this can become more complex over time, and the risk is that I told you, if a new developer is not aware of the birthday discount, so what things it can cause. And the third thing this handle payment method can cause is unintended consequences. Let's say another change is introduced, a loyalty card system. In attempting to integrate it, a developer might inadvertently affect the existing discount or the tax calculation because everything is muddled together. And that was also the risk. And that third point is related to the second point. In the second point, there were risks if a new developer is not aware of the birthday discount, so he could accidentally remove or modify the birthday logic as everything is muddled together. And this can also lead to unintended consequences. As I said, the developer might inadvertently affect the existing discount or a tax calculation because of everything is muddled together in a single handle payment method. And this can also lead to the maintenance issue. With each addition in this method, understanding the full impact of change becomes more difficult and potentially causing issues in unrelated features, such as if a developer is only focused on modifying the payment related logic like working with the handle payments and accidentally touches the cooked dish or clean table, it could introduce bugs in those functionalities and could bring down the whole restaurant class or whole restaurant system. If we do the same thing by following the single responsibility principle, we will do it just like this. With this division, the chef class handles all the cooking related activities, and the cashier class manages the payments, and the discount manager class manages all the discount related logic, and the tax manager handles the tax calculations, and lastly, the janitor class takes care of cleaning duties. Now each class has its own distinct responsibility. If there are changes to how dishes are cooked, only the chef class is affected. But if the payment process evolves, only the cashier class needs adjustments. And if there are new discounts or tax applied, the discount manager and the tax manager will be adjusted accordingly. Similarly, if cleaning methods change, updates will only happen in the janitor class. This separation helps in maintenance, understanding and testing each responsibility in isolation. Now, to obtain the same results from these classes as we had in the restaurant class, we would take the instance of these classes just like this. And then we would introduce calculated discount and calculated tax variables, where they're calling from the discount manager and the tax manager instances calculate discount and calculate tax. In the calculate discount, we are passing the amount and is true, meaning that apply the birthday discount. And then in the calculate tax, we pass the amount. The amount will be a double type variable with the 100.0 value initialized. Now to handle payments, we will call the handle payment method from the cashier class and pass the amount, calculated discount and the calculated tax. And then when we run this code, so we will get the same result of receive payment of $95 with $5 tax and $10 discount. So that is how we achieved the same thing by following the single responsibility principle and keeping everything separated. Now each class has its own responsibility and there is no risk while modifying one and affecting the other. But that was just the example. In the real world complex application, these methods might have dozens or even hundreds of lines of code. Modifying a class that has so many responsibilities increases the likelihood of introducing bugs. By keeping each class focused on a single responsibility as we have done in here, you reduce the chance of changing in one area negatively and impacting other unrelated areas of functionality. And there are more best examples of single responsibility principle. So that's it for the single responsibility principle. And then the next principle is a solid O, meaning that open close principle. The open and close principle states that the software entities like classes, modules, and functions, etc. should be open for extension but closed for modification. This means when the behavior of the module needs to change, you should be able to make that change by adding new code without changing the old code that already works. Let's suppose you have a class that filters the restaurant dishes based on their type. To obtain the result from this, we will create a list of dishes and will pass the type and the dish name. Now, to filter that dish, we will first take the instance of the dish filter class, and then we will create one more variable of list of dish, and then its name is filter data, and then we call the dish filter, and then we call the by type method from the dish filter class and pass these list of dishes and also the type. Now if you want to print that filter data on that specific type, we will loop over the filter data list, and from each item we will access its name and its type and print it. So when we run that code, we will get the result something like this. On that type, we have just filtered 2 items from the dishes list that matches that specific type, but that's okay. Now imagine you also want to filter dishes by vegetarian status. You would like to modify the dish filter class something like this, which is doing the same thing, filtering, but using the isVegetarian boolean status from the dish. So by doing this, we will also add the isVegetarian to the dish and also pass it in the constructor. Now inside the list of dishes, we will get an error, which means that here we also have to specify the true or false. So we will handle them just like this. Now to filter the data by vegetarian status, we will call the by vegetarian status method from the dish filter and pass the same dishes and set this to true. Now when we run this code, we will got that vegetable filtered. We could also do the same thing by type by just commenting this and uncommenting this and pass the vegetable type in here. This will also result in same. But the reason I add this by vegetarian status in here in the dish class is I wanted you to realize what if you have some other criteria in your dish that you want to filter your dish on. So by adding these 2 methods, the by type and by vegetarian status in the dish filter, the problem here is that every time you want to introduce a new filter criteria, you have to modify the dish filter class. This is against the OCP or open close principles. To make this according to the open close principle, we will comment out this dish filter and will introduce 2 abstract classes, the specification and filter. The specification class is an abstract generic class. The purpose of this is to represent a general specification or criterion that an item of type T might satisfy. That type T means any type. And you might also be familiar with the generics as we have learned it in the first week, 3rd video of Dart crash course. And this isSatisfied method in the specification class is the method expected to take an item of type T, which means any type, and return a boolean value true or false, indicating whether the item satisfy a particular specification or not. The idea behind this specification pattern is to separate the logic that checks if the item meets a certain criterion from the main object or system. By doing this, you can easily add new specification or criteria without modifying the existing system. And the same is this filter abstract class, to separate the filter logic and to filter the generic type items on generic type specification. Then we can do something like this. The dish type specification and vegetarian specification. Both are just a specification and implements. With this setup, if you want to introduce a new filter criterion, you just create a new class that implements the specification interface without having to modify the existing filter logic. It keeps the filtering mechanism decoupled from the specific criteria and makes our code clean and reduce the chances of bugs. This dish type specification and vegetarian specification are just the dish specifications which implement the isSatisfied method and returns true when the certain condition is matched. In case of dish type specification, when the specific type is matched, the isSatisfied will return true. And in case of vegetarian specification, when the isVegetarian was true, then the vegetarian specification will return true. And lastly, this dish filter implements the filter class with the item dish, and implementing the filter method and returning dishes from the list when the specific specification for an item is matched. Then, to obtain the same result, this time we will take the instances of the dish type specification and vegetarian specification. I just name it S and B. The dish type specification instantiate a class and we pass this type in here, which is when passed to the filter method will filter all the dishes on that type. And then when this B is passed to the filter class, it will filter all the dishes where the isVegetarian is true. This time, the filter data variable will look something like this. From the dish filter, we call the filter method and we pass the dishes and pass the B, which means that it will return all the dishes where isVegetarian is true. Now, if we run this code, this will result in the same vegetable type dish. And then also if we pass the S in here, so this time this is going to result in the spicy dishes. And also if we pass the vegetable in here, so the same thing will happen. But this vegetarian status was just to show you if there is a new criteria added, so what will happen in that case. So now you might ask, in that dish filter method that we just comment out, when we add this by vegetarian status filter method was not the modification of the existing code, meaning that we are not modifying that existing by type method, but we are adding just a new by vegetarian method. That was not the modification. Then why we create such abstract generic classes and we did these kind of implementations? So there are few reasons you need to understand if you have this kind of confusions in your mind. The first one is with this dish filter class. Even though you are not changing the existing method behavior, but adding new methods to the class still represents a structural modification. You are altering the class structure every time you introduce a new filter method. And this also causes the maintenance issue. Each time a new filter criterion is added, you have to revisit the dish filter class and introduce another method. It leads to a bloated class with so much methods, each for different criterion. Over time, it leads to a very complex class with so much methods, each for a different criterion. So over time, this method could become more harder to maintain. And this method was also violating the single responsibility principle, because this dish filter class would end up having too many reasons to change, and so violating the single responsibility principle. Adding each new filter criterion would be another reason for this class to be changed. Remember though, by open close principle, when we say close for modification, it doesn't just mean not altering the existing line of code, but also indicates that the behavior of a module should not require constant changes like addition whenever there is a new requirement needs to be added in a class. To make this open close principle more clear, let's take one more example. For example, you have this discount calculator class, and it is calculating the discount based on the specific type. There is nothing wrong with this discount calculator class and this method. Let's create the instance and implement it. So we got the instance of the discount calculator. Then we create an amount variable with the 100.0 value initialized. And then we print from the discount calculator instance, call the calculate discount method and pass the type of the discount and also the amount. So let's run this code and we got this result. On the birthday, we have 10% discount, and on Christmas, we have 20% discount. And there is nothing wrong with this method. But one thing that you need to keep in mind is that whenever there is new type of discount, you would have to modify the calculate discount method, and you are breaking the open close principle here. This approach can cause problems. That is because there are constant changes required, and thus we are modifying the discount calculator. And this code is also not flexible at all. We are hardcoding the discounts and making our system rigid and hard to maintain. With following open and close principles, we create a discount abstract class with calculate method, and this class is implemented by the birthday discount and Christmas discount with their own discount calculation on the amount. and the discount calculator is simply applying the discount on the amount. With this approach, let's say if we want to add new discount tab like the Easter discount, so we can simply create the Christmas discount and implement it with the discount abstract class, and the existing code is remain untouched. So let's go and achieve the same result as we had this rigid and hard to maintain discount calculator. So here we will comment this out, these two print statements, and here we will do to obtain the same result from this. In the main method, we will do something like this. We have the birthday discount, and then we are instantiating or creating the instance of the birthday discount, and also we are instantiating the discount calculator. And in the discounted amount, we apply the discount of that birthday discount on that specific amount, and then there we go, we print it. And same for the Christmas discount, we call the apply discount method from the discount calculator and then pass the Christmas discount, so that Christmas discount will be applied on that amount. And then simply we are printing that discounted amount in here. Now, if we run this code, this will result in SAM. And you might think we have specified the discount abstract class in here, and then we are initializing the value to this birthday discount variable, the birthday discount instance. This is because of the polymorphism. The polymorphism allows us to treat different objects of different classes as instances of same common interface or superclass. We are declaring the type of the variable as a discount, and we are initializing it with the instance of the birthday discount. And by doing this, we means that any method we call from this birthday discount will be the implementation of this birthday discount class here. So if we declare it like this and we call the calculate method in here, so any discount instance like the birthday discount or the Christmas discount is passed in here will use its own implementation that is declared inside the specific class. Like we declare the birthday discount with the type of discount class, and its implementation is birthday discount. So now when we pass this birthday discount inside this apply discount class, so from this birthday discount class here, it calls this calculate method, and this calculate the discount on that amount, and here we have printed it like that. So that was two examples of open and close principles. So the third principle of Solid is Lisco substitution principle. Lisco substitution principle states that an object of a superclass should be able to be replaced with objects of subclasses without affecting the correctness of the program. In simple terms, if you have a class B that is the subclass of A, then you should be able to use an instance of B whenever you use an instance of A without causing unexpected behaviors or errors. It means that anywhere in your code where you expect an object of class A, you should be able to provide an object of B, which is the subclass of A, without any issues. So let's take an example. Suppose we have a rectangle class with the properties of width and height, and also the methods of set width, set height, and also to calculate the area. In this example, the square is the subclass of the rectangle class, but when you modify its width, its height also gets modified to ensure it remains the square. This can lead to unexpected behavior and inconsistency in our code. When modifying one side of the square, it modifies both width and height. And if you expect it to behave exactly like rectangle, so it doesn't. To better align this with Lisco substitution principle, a potential approach is to design these shapes differently, or perhaps do not inherit the square from the rectangle. For example, in this refactored version of the code, both rectangle and square implement the shape interface. Each retains its own method and properties without any unexpected overrides. By doing this, both the rectangle and square follow the Lisco substitution principle, and any function expecting the shape can handle either shape without surprises or any unexpected behaviors. Consider the following utility function. This function can be called with any object that implements the shape interface. In the main function, here both classes have different internal details, but both adhere to the square shape contract of calculating the area. So an instance of square or rectangle can substitute for an instance of shape without issues and following the Lisco substitution principle. So in more simple words, a Lisco substitution principle from Solid is a rule for making sure that a child or subclass behaves in a way that any code which is expecting the parent or superclass won't get expected surprises or any unexpected results. For example, imagine you expect a duck, but getting something that looks like a duck but can't quack. The Lisco substitution principle says that if you label something as a duck, it should quack like one. The Lisco substitution principle is designed by contract principle. For example, think of a contract as an agreement between two parties. In coding, when you write a function or method, you are making an agreement that if someone gives you certain input, like duck, you will do certain things, expect it to quack. So the Lisco substitution principle says that if a new kind of duck is created or a subclass of a duck, anyone using it should still be able to expect it to quack. This means that any code that's been written to handle the original duck class should also be able to handle this new kind of duck without any problems. So that was the Lisco substitution principle. Now we are going to learn the Solid fourth principle that comes from the letter I, which stands for interface segregation. So what does that mean? Interface segregation. The interface segregation principle states that no client should be forced to depend on interfaces that does not use. In other words, instead of having a large encompassing interface, it's often beneficial to break it down into smaller and more specific interfaces so that the clients only need to know about the methods that are of interest to them. This ensures that implementing classes are not burdened by the need to implement methods that they do not require. For example, imagine you have an interface, all-in-one printer, that has the method of print document, scan document, and also fax document. But what if a particular printer model does not support scanning or faxing? Implementing this interface would force that model to implement unnecessary methods. A better approach with following interface segregation principle, we will create 3 separate interfaces or abstract classes in our Dart programming language. Now, if a printer model supports only printing, it can just implement the printer interface. If another model supports both printing and scanning, it can implement both printer and scanner interfaces. By segregating these interfaces, we avoid unnecessary bloat in our implementations and provide a clearer and more flexible structure. Now, relating back to our shape example, which we were discussing in the Lisco substitution principle. Instead of a broad superclass like the rectangle, which could encompass many methods, we defined an interface shape, which only keeps an area function. Now imagine if shape interface or our abstract class had multiple methods such as area, perimeter, diagonal, and number of edges. Now, if a class like square or circle implements or extends that shape interface, it would be forced to provide an implementation for all of these methods, even if some of them are not meaningful or relevant to circle or the square. For instance, while area and perimeters are directly relevant to the square class, but the methods like diagonal could also be, but something like number of edges might not be relevant for a circle. Including this method in a general shape interface would then force a circle to also implement this number of edges method. And this method does not require in here. And this could be a clearer violation to interface segregation principle. The point of interface segregation principle is to prevent such scenarios where you are burdened with the methods you don't need. Instead of one do-it-all method, just like this one, you might have separate, more focused interfaces like the area calculatable, perimeter calculatable, and diagonal calculatable, etc. as we have here for the printer, scanner, and the fax machine. And a real life example of interface segregation principle would be if we have an interface character and in our model we have a warrior, an archer and a magician. And in our character interface, we create the methods or the behaviors of the warrior, archer and a magician. So the classes like warrior, archer and a magician have a specific character, and a warrior cannot do magic and a magician cannot be an archer or a warrior. So in that case, if we keep the character interface with the methods of these three character behaviors, this can lead to unnecessary implements in each class and clearly violating interface segregation principle. So to better align with the interface segregation principle, we can create different interfaces such as warrior character, archer character and magician character, as we have done in here. For the printer, scanner and fax machine, again I'm saying that. So that is what the interface segregation principle is. The Solr principle overall are very useful and they make our code more scalable, maintainable and testable. Sometimes in our code, we all apply some of these principles and also misapply them, and we aren't even aware of it. So in order to understand and want to being aware of every method and a class or a specific task, we can say, in your application, in your software, you must know about these golden principles, which will really help your code to be more improved and being flexible and maintainable and lastly testable. So the last principle of Solid, which comes from the last D, which stands for dependency inversion principle, states that high-level modules should not depend on low-level modules, and low-level modules should not depend on high-level modules. Both should depend on abstractions. And the abstraction should not depend on details, but the details should depend on abstractions. I know at first it might be a little bit abstract, but let's break down that statements that I just said. First, high-level modules should not depend on low-level modules. Let's look at an example where high-level module depends on low-level module. In this example, the restaurant is high-level module or class, depends on banked payment gateway class. This means that the restaurant class is tightly coupled to the bank payment gateway class. If we want to change the payment gateway, we would need to make changes to the restaurant class. And this is not a good design because it makes code less flexible and maintainable. If the software expands with the time and we need to add new features, we may not be able to do so without making changes to our restaurant high-level class. So that is what happens when the high-level module or class depends on low-level module or class. Now let's see what it means when we say low-level modules should not depend on high-level modules. So in this example, the low-level module depends upon high-level module, which is quite opposite to the first example. In this example, the bank payment gateway class depends on the restaurant class, which is our high-level class. This is also not a good design because it makes the code less flexible and maintainable as we had in the first example where the high-level module were depending upon the low-level module. Now in here, same as we had in the first example. If you want to change the restaurant class, we would need to make changes to the bank payment gateway class. So again, this is also not a good design. Now, as we understood and seen how low-level modules depends on high-level modules and how high-level modules depends upon low-level modules and what problems they can cause. Now, let's understand these two statements together. First, high-level modules should not depend on low-level modules, and also the low-level modules should not depend on high-level modules, but instead both should depend upon the abstractions. So in this example, the restaurant class no longer depends on the specific implementation of the payment gateway interface. Instead, it depends upon the interface itself. This makes the code more flexible and maintainable. If you want to change the payment gateway, we can simply change the implementation of payment gateway interface in the restaurant class, and we do not need to make any changes to the restaurant class itself. So this example better align with the dependency inversion principle. Our high-level class restaurant is not depending upon the concrete implementations, but it instead depends upon the payment gateway, which is an abstract class, or in other programming languages we can say an interface, which does not have the concrete implementations. And this payment gateway method is implemented by the different payment gateways, like bank payment gateway implements the payment gateway and finally overriding the handle payment, and the same for the credit card payment gateway, and again it is implementing the payment gateway and is overriding the handle payment, which is the polymorphism in object-oriented programming. So now let's understand this. Abstracts should not depend on details. Abstractions should not depend on details, but instead details should depend on abstractions. So in the context of object-oriented programming, details are the concrete implementations of the abstractions. For example, the bank payment gateway class is the detail of the payment gateway interface or abstract class. And these abstractions are the general concepts that are implemented by their details, as this abstract class or an interface is implemented by the bank payment gateway or the credit card payment gateway. The dependency inversion principle states that abstraction should not depend on details, instead details should depend on abstractions. This means that the restaurant class should not depend upon the specific implementation of the payment gateway interface, but instead it should depend on the payment gateway interface itself. This makes the code more flexible and maintainable. So that was our dependency inversion principle, and you will get to know more about this when we go for real app development with clean architecture. So we learned all of the solid principles. Now let's summarize each principle. The first principle of solid was single responsibility principle, which advises focusing each class must only have one reason to change. In other words, every class should have only one single responsibility. This ensures readability and maintainability in our code. And the second principle was open and close principle. The open and close principle tell us that the classes should be open for extension and must be closed for modification. This promotes scalability in our code. And the third principle is list code substitution principle. The list code substitution principle or LSP tell us that the subclasses must be used interchangeably with their superclasses. This principle enhancing code usability and maintainability. And last but not least, interface segregation principle. The fourth principle of solid tells us that the client should not be forced to depend on the interface it does not use. This advocates for specific client-focused interfaces and consequently reducing unnecessary dependencies. And lastly, the dependency inversion principle that we just understood underscores decoupling high-level modules from low-level details through abstraction and results in enhancing flexibility and future-proofing code. So that were 5 golden design principles that every software developer should know about if one wants to write maintainable, flexible, and easily testable code. So that's it. See you in the week 4.